That's great. Good job. Great job. Beautiful. Wave on Rancheros, kids. Wave on Rancheros, Dave.
Hold up. Stand by. Check this out. DTIC Defense Technical Information Center. DTIC's mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD.
Yo, just start this bitch all over. Why doesn't Joe Rogan have
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's the best I can just off the cuff. And it looked like a giant insect. Being dark brown, pushed in a corner, very insectoid in appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And then I find out they are, but they live in the heart of men. It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment. Because honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey. Something like an old world ape or black. But indeed it wasn't. What my feeling was. This, I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
Welcome back to the night shift. I don't know if you've been keeping up with current events, but if you haven't, there's some interesting news. It looks like the movement towards disclosure is picking up steam again, gaining momentum after a little bit of a lull. There's some new movement in Congress for a revised disclosure amendment. Looks like Danny Sheehan is involved. And there's an honest push to get a question about disclosure introduced into the presidential debates by CNN. And this is something that the New Paradigm Institute is working on. If you want to find out more, visit their website and look at the email that just went out from Danny Sheehan talking about this. It's a really exciting opportunity for us to bring this into the mainstream and finally put this issue on the radar for so many people out there who don't know it's a real issue yet. So we're reaching out to CNN and just as a community trying to push them to get involved and mention disclosure. Ask the presidential candidates about this and let's put them on the spot and see what they have to say. Did they try to dodge the bullet, change the subject with some kind of a silly joke and a aside, or do they tackle it head on? Do they actually have answers? They should. So this is something that we really want to see happen, and I encourage you to visit New Paradigm Institute's website to learn more. But that's not the spiciest meatball I've got for you today. I've been thinking about some new ways to expand the content on the channel, and today what I want to do is something that I've been kind of eager to do for a while, but I've held off on it. And I want to reach into the vault, pull out some old videos, and I want to watch them with you and get your reaction to some of the stuff that I find really fascinating. And today's video is an interview with a guy named Dan Burish. I think I'm saying that right. Dan Burish, Bueller. Dan Burish was a biologist, supposedly, who worked at S4 and actually worked on taking biological samples from one of the EBEs, or one of the biologics that we have in a very specialized facility at that location. And what's really interesting about this interview is that Dan, look, so much of what we are left to do is speculate in this space. In the absence of any real concrete, accurate, rock-solid information, we are left to kind of speculate on the second and third-hand stories that we get from people who claim to have been involved in this program. And Dan Burish is one of those guys. But I got to tell you, the first time I watched this interview with him and observed his body language, I just can't shake the feeling that what he's saying is accurate and actually happens. It's a total gut instinct reaction. I don't have anything else to base this on, but I really want you to see this interview because it's spectacular.
What we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the CleanSphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were reviewed glass on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We gave verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digressed. Working with the JROD itself in the ambassadorial suite of the CleanSphere suite.
Sometimes you'll see an interview with someone who's seen a UFO or encountered a being or a non-human intelligence, and you can just tell. You can just tell that they're not making this up. You just know it in your bones. This is one of those interviews.
He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently, if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory, mathematics. Highly involved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, and I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what I wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the team I'm treated at this time. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm up for me.
Maybe I just missed something. Maybe I'm super gullible, and one of you out there has more perception points than I do. Please let me know. But we're going to watch this video. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and I really want to know what you all think. So what's fascinating about this story isn't just his body language, the eye contact, but it's the details, the little details. He talks about the facility. He talks about the room he was in. He talks about where things are in the room, very specifically, how many feet the gantry way is to walk up. How do they go into the facility where this being is stored, what kind of protective measures do they take to keep themselves from being contaminated or from contaminating the being? All these little individual tiny details that when you hear them woven together in this amazing story, one can't help but walk away with the impression that this is an actual place. There are actual people working there, and this guy was there and did the things that he's claiming to have done. It's a fascinating story. It's really about an hour and a half long, but with the commentary, it kind of stretches out to just over 2.5 hours. So feel free to digest this in bite-sized chunks. But I encourage you, if you can, to watch the whole thing all the way through because it is just astonishing. Thanks for watching. If you're not already a subscriber, please hit that button, subscribe, become a member of Team Night Shift. We're going to be trying all kinds of new things here over the next few weeks, and I'm so excited.
Team Night Shift Kids. Good shit. What is this horseshit? This is absolute fucking up. Everything. Get in on this shit. What is this? Joking. That was one. Good. Practice. Yeah. Yeah. This stuff that I'm really connected to so I want it that way, but we get to your heart when you say I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but this. Tell me why ain't nothing but this. That you want me Yo, what if we put this bitch here? He's sick as fuck. Nobody would care. No one would care any more here than they would if this thing were off. That's for sure. Guaranteed. Like that fucking French guy. Ah, going on free. Damn, I almost. That was great. And then it's the fucking. Oh, baby. Nice. Good job. Real good. That was beautiful. Great job. Countless said, "You are misnamed. You have a lot of talent for this pitching." This song is called Rabbi in the White Sox. Don't worry, kid. Danvers is going to beg J Rod to take him out. And his job. Everybody's going to Rothschild. Great job, baby. All right. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, the Kingdom of Fire. The street, the world peace. This is Backstreet Boys. I Want It That Way. Yeah. You are my fire, the one desire. Believe when I say I want it that way. But we are two worlds apart. Can't reach to your heart when you say I want it that way. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never want to hear you say I want it that way. And mind. Your fire, your one desire. Yes, I know it's too late, but I want it that way. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heart. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Now I can see that we're falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah. No matter the distance, I want you to know that deep down inside of me, you are my fire, the one desire. You are, you are, you are, you are. Don't wanna hear you say it, but a heart ain't nothing but a miss. I wanna hear you. I never wanna hear you say, oh yeah. I want it that way. Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say, I want it that way. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say, I want it that way. 'Cause I want it that way. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. Yes, to anyone, next person.
Decided we're about to creep up on that 5,000 subscriber number, and I would really love to cross that threshold in the next couple of days. So help me cross that number. Help me get to 5,000 subscribers. You'll be doing yourself and the people of Earth a gigantic favor, and you'll be doing a huge favor for me. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. Now let's get to it.
Yeah, I just prefer it to be more of a conversation rather than the other makes me feel as though I'm testifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well. And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God. As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered to present a copy of my letter to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial of a committee member, a coded initial of a committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. This is mostly around the community to forward a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as I'm told. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. The lights are cumbersome, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse. Well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned Joe. In fact, I had some police experience in the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around work for the government. In 1986, I was a pro.
Nice job, Adam. Kelly, you ready? Are you ready?
Coach while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bell Barron's office in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking for a scope at the time. The gentleman walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind him. There was 2 uniforms and a food that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as was probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while. They asked me if I was interested in seeing the world and like. I told them I, in fact, was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. We went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 1991 time frame, I was for working passed her into the Papoose Mountain facility, a place that doesn't exist 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Room Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing and was basically let loose for a year, and I heard no contact from it. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origin. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who were already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names, those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, and the 4-5 coded for 9. You're aware, we covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the police area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides.
This sounds really, really captivating because of the level of nuance and detail that he brings to this story. And it seems, I don't know if it's true, but it feels true because of the way that he's describing what's going on, this gradual process of being slowly brought in to the program, bit by bit, as they decide that he's trustworthy and they can work with him. This is really interesting stuff.
Slides are unusual in that they were in pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with an automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We did verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides. And I digress, but working with the J-Rod.
Did he say pressure sealed slides a minute ago? Pressure sealed, as in like the biological samples that contained in these slides would degrade or deteriorate based on the amount of pressure or ambient pressure in the environment. So like the pressure has to be constant in order for it to stay stable. I don't know what that actually means, but I mean, I think I know what it means, but I'm not sure exactly what he's getting at, but that's a really interesting thing itself.
The ambassadorial suite, suite. Yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. And mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until well within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I, was more senior not only in ability but in age, and I never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above it. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator, so I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the author of that document.
Now, could you explain briefly what you were doing on who or what J-Rod was?
Initially, I was briefed that J-Rod was an alien, specifically from the reticulum system, the reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, from 2 reticulum 4 now, but I have no idea the truth of how they came to be.
Is that the same as the system that Betty Hill referred to in her abduction experience with Barney Hill? Theta Reticuli? there's an interesting backstory to Betty and Barney Hill's, well, not backstory, there's an interesting aspect to Betty and Barney Hill's story where Betty Hill describes a star system, a star map that she supposedly saw while she was on board the craft, which was later recreated. At the time she described it, no one was aware of what it was, and it just didn't appear on any of our star maps. And it wasn't discovered until later when an astronomer, I'm not sure what her name is, somebody put together a model in a room where they actually hung like little model planets and stars and basically created a three-dimensional model back in the, whatever year this was. And they were, from that, they were able to sort of back into what the star system was, and they figured out that it was an actual star system. I wonder if that's what he's referring to here, or if it's just a different, expert. So, as I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J Rod simply means 15, which was a basing name for where they're located, a number of light years from our location. So they took those names. And they identified through the signal protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J, 10 and 5 to 15. That's really, really weird. So the linguistic protocols, he's talking about linguistic protocols. That's an interesting detail. And they had some form of communication worked out to sort of figure out how to begin talking to this being.
Now, 15 light years away from
H-76 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned. They don't call it apparently Lucy. The crash was 63, from what I understand, outside of Kingman, Arizona. There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, as we know, with the MGUS and the associated problems.
Right, we hear that again. The biological, but the way that these beings interact with the craft involves linking physically to the craft in some way, and then somehow being able to tie their consciousness to the craft. I've heard it described as pilot becomes the craft becomes an extension of the pilot, and they become one organism. I think there's something there. I've heard that enough times from enough different sources that it seems like there's some kind of a there. Another way that I've read that this works, and this is purely speculative based on something I read on the internet, but it sounded really compelling, was that the craft acts as sort of some kind of a quantum computer that binds with your consciousness, or the consciousness of the operator. And the operator's consciousness then can travel with the craft independently of the body. I don't know which one of these is more or less accurate, but it sounds like that's what you described it. Something like the pilot has a physical connection with the craft that allows them to join with it, which makes sense. I mean, for a craft that has to perform at these unbelievable speeds and do the things that they're supposedly capable of doing, the latency time between thinking something and it actually happening would be next to zero. So it would have to be really reduced as much as possible. And the best way to do that would be to become one with the craft. I wonder also, like, what would that do to your experience of time? As the pilot is operating the craft, does time relative to the people outside of the craft appear to slow down for the pilot so that everyone else appears to be moving in slow motion and they can just sort of bounce around and do whatever it is they can do? And what there's people on the outside of the craft are actually seeing are these impossible maneuvers that look like they're moving at 10,000 miles an hour.
And he crashed.
How was he, what, was he transported immediately from that crash site to the escort facility?
That I don't know. That I don't know.
You don't know how he came to be a facility?
I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Blue Lake facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos. I have no independent verification of where the associate ran from. All I can say is that he was there at 4
Now, you interacted with J-Rod. Was there a general procedure for this interaction?
Well, there was not a general procedure. There was a very specific procedure. After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, and the introduction specialist, which was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, until finally we were pressurized in fully encapsulated a TEC, a TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, I should digress. We had medical evaluation of that first, but they ceased doing that after a couple of medical evaluations. So if you are just interested, let's get you in and get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all.
That process, like what he's describing, sounds weirdly correct. As someone who is not myself a biologist and has no idea of what this process would be like, other than what I've seen in movies, it seems to make a lot more sense than some of the other alien interview things that I've seen. I don't know how much how familiar you are with some of the other alien autopsy, alien things that are out there, but a lot of them look really slapshot and sort of thrown together and fake. And there's one that everybody is kind of on the fence about that many people believe is a puppet. It's the Victor alien interview where the alien is supposedly, or EB, is in a darkened room and you can see their head moving, and then there's a shot where two medical personnel, two medical medics come in and attend to the being. And something about it looks very convincing and real, but I can also see the argument that it's very puppet-like, and it definitely would be possible to make something like that. But looking at his eyes and watching his body language as he describes the procedure, and the procedure makes it definitely sounds like a legitimate procedure. He would go through a medical examination, get checked out. He would go through a series of steps. He would put on a pressurized suit. He would go into what he's referring to as a clean sphere. This would be, if you think about it, if you were going to be working one-on-one on or with or alongside an alien or an EBE or an extraterrestrial, whatever you call it, to protect them from us and to protect us from them, there would be enormous attention paid to the biological risks of infection or contamination, especially if, I think as we're going to find out later, this being is injured or suffered some kind of a genetic disorder. So this makes a lot of sense to me. It sounds very legit. What do you guys think?
I was not supposed to have the same. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the ambassadorial suite external to the clean sphere, talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was run as like a teleprompter system, over to my right. That would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs. And it became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who are watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication of the way.
He's describing this gallery, like the I don't know how many of you watched Stargate, but like in the Stargate movie or TV series, uh, there's the room where the Stargate is located, and then in the back of the room up high, there's like this viewing gallery where politicians and military people stand and they watch these teams go in and out of the Stargate missions. And that sounds like what he's describing. Like there's a clean sphere, a pressurized environment where this alien or extraterrestrial is, and then the biologists that go in to work with them have to suit up, go through this whole medical procedure, suit up, go in, plug in on the inside of the sphere, and then outside of that, there's a viewing gallery where people can come, as MJ called, people can come watch. It's really fascinating description. The level of detail.
They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that he made, the Rabbi incident that he did with me, they perceived that there was a communication that occurred. I began getting questioned quite extensively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he had promised not to, apparently, with the Sigma unit. And I alluded to the fact that there was conversation.
The Sigma unit, is that like the communications unit? Would that be like a specialized team that's involved with communication with the being?
Underway, but I didn't talk about what it was until, of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go. This is much later. At that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the convergent timeline. I took.
Wait, what? Did you just hear that? Convergent timeline paradox? Go on. I'm listening.
A little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
The DCTP. You had me at the Convergent timeline paradox.
Which is why travel time.
Yes.
Maybe something.
So there we are. Now we're hearing this now. Time travel. Remember how you hear this a lot lately. Like this has been coming up again and again in the conversation. Maybe they're us from the future. Maybe they're time travelers. This video was recorded in the early 90s, like 94, 95. That's an interesting.
What's the event traveling in the baby or
Yes. Yes.
She wasn't doing any time travel.
No, not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as he told me, no.
Can you describe this is my
Yes. The
Great question. No one ever asked these questions. Like, that's such a great question. Describe J-Rod. How did he look? How did he behave?
the gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized hemisphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that we were situated in. I don't know.
Great question.
We haven't ordered it to others.
Look at his eyes.
I would imagine. Yeah, but I have no data set to say what it looks like. In fact, there's nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an order. Why? I'm wondering. You've asked them before. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, I heard about this secretion protein forces
Okay. Where were we? 3.5 feet. Large head in comparison to torso. The ratio of cranial to dorsal area would be larger than what we would call modern human being. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had been selected out. So it looked like large people, basically. If you look into his eyes, you feel like you can fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with the telepathic nature.
That's been described by a number of people in John Mack's book, Abduction, Todd Hopkins' work. A lot of abduction encounters reports talk about how weird it is to look these things in the eye, and that when you look them in the eye, it's like you become transfixed and almost hypnotized just by looking at their eyes. And there are actually reports from abductees who say that they're terrified to look at the eye. That when they look in their eyes, that they feel like that the beings can see everything there is to know about them, and they're just completely helpless. It's a very intriguing detail that comes up again and again and again. Always tied back to the telepathy aspect. I find that fascinating.
There's no discussion. Large arms, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers. Nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you showed me in the past. Once done by Tom, was it? Tom? Oh, yeah, that's it. The Puppet Master photos. I'm smiling because the Puppet Master leads me to other things. But
Puppet Master, are they talking about the Victor interview?
he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy from which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would, how a feet would be. He was unclothed for. He was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused and in return called himself captive, and justifiably so. His feet were unusual.
Look at his body language, like the way this gentleman holds his head and carries the weight of what he's saying. It seems very real. There's a very he seems very emotionally connected to what he's saying. He seems like a very empathetic person.
And that his anterior area had a very large knot underneath what we would call a heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was
Normal.
yes. His he was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed. Nose like we have, but basically two orifices. An extremely small mouth. A hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the malneural junction due to the neuropathy. 622. And that I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request of 622 or a report from 622 could be from anybody. So it's used. In fact, the SRB report that I have with me, the supplemental report for 0302, that has probably is labeled from reviewer 622. Again, it's going to be a cold reading when you look at it, but it's probably for 622. They excrete in a manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. And if it looks like a disc.
Sounds complicated.
With rectangular solids that are rotated into position. They're clasping at the inguinal region. They do have internal fertilization. No, this is something he showed me in his wife.
Whoa.
Yes. That was inside the image. That's what it felt like.
Hmm.
Yes, everything that he showed me, this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there.
There it is again, telepathy. That description of thought projection of telepathy is being like you're absorbed in the thing, like the thought or the projection becomes almost like a hologram that you're inside of. I've heard that. I've heard it described that. I wonder how much detail is conveyed that way, and I wonder if it's like 100% real or if it feels more dreamy.
My sensations were heightened.
Hmm.
Extraordinary. A gray surrounding, very, very dull red surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center. We'd have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of mass casualties or mass disaster. It was a very clinical environment.
Hmm.
It's extremely depressed. If we were to turn him human, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as clinically depressed.
Wow. Wow, weird point. It's been said, it's been rumored that there is at least some of these beings are fleeing some kind of biological catastrophe or something has happened to them and they're not as all powerful and invincible as they would like us to believe, and maybe they're coming back to build their genetic line in some way, or to have they need something from us that they have to get to like help get them out of the jam that they're in. That sounds like what he's describing here.
He wept, but he didn't weep. I'm sorry, he wept, but he didn't weep.
Look at his body language.
Smarter than me. He's smarter than me by a long range. The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind. He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, it's like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns groups, group theory in mathematics.
Wow.
Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, that I could feel his great sadness not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was and how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty that was just signed. He wanted to help. He was willing. And I went in.
Okay, well, the T9 treaty, the other group, the group that has to be catered to, who's that group? That's what I want. What's the T9 treaty? It has a name? That's he wanted to help, but he wasn't part of the group that has to be catered to. So there's a group out there that we've signed something called the T9 treaty with. We've heard about this lately. This is coming up again on the record. We maybe have some agreement with different beings, and this sounds like what what we're talking about. Whoa!
I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me. There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, thinking it was an aspirative revulsion system, he would cry, and then he would just stand there looking. Yes. In fact,
like a little.
I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the hemisphere, and he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols. It was a level 5 password, PMDL system.
Did you notice how he teared up a little bit when he just described what he was talking about, taking the samples from the being, the J-Rod, and how he could feel the pain of that telepathically? And then if you go back and watch it, his eyes gloss over. He looks like he's tearing up. I'm telling you, there's something about this guy's conversational style. There's something about his body language. There's something about his presence and his vibe that this just sounds real. Sounds like this man went through and actually experienced what he's talking about, and he's describing it in such great detail. I don't know how you bullshit your way through a story like this. I mean, the level of detail that he's including is like he knows the names of the people he was in the room with. He knows where the holographic projector was, where the viewing gallery was, where the clean sphere was, like what the procedure was, and how many steps there are to get from standing outside to in the suit to in the room. He's describing all of these tiny little details that are so specific. If you were making the story up off the top of your head, or if you were just a bullshitter and you were just trying to like wow some people with a crazy story, I don't see how the average bullshitter would it just doesn't seem likely to me that someone would sit down and think out all of these mundane, boring little details and then include them as part of the overall tapestry of things going on in the space. But he's describing, like, he's creating a sense of ambiance and a sense of place and time and the people involved, and he's describing their emotional states. And he seems to be emotionally reacting to what he's saying. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments.
You just stand there and take it.
So,
It's really uncomfortable with this.
do you feel the communication that we established when we were in contact with you, still communicating with another
60 feet. Definitely 60 feet. About 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp, going down into the ambassadorial suite.
Ambassadorial?
You don't feel like the communication with you.
No.
Sounds like telepathy works in line of sight, at least in this case.
Yes. Yes. The folks that the folks that wanted to find out what he was saying, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after a while because I was smiling. I couldn't help it. We were actually joking about it. And they didn't know. They didn't have a clue. They didn't have a
At
clue.
least they have a sense of humor.
So it happened this way. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the Queen's Fair. I was drug out of my Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drug me out of the Queen's Fair. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he said. I'm sure they were extra rough on removing my plug and my catheter and all of that business after I got out of the TGS.
Catheter. This sounds really complicated. Like, you put on this suit, you're in there for how many hours? So they catheterize you? That means that these guys are working in this clean sphere for hours and hours and hours. They're not allowed to leave, or leaving and coming and going as suiting up like an astronaut. So that tracks. That makes sense, right? Catheter, weird detail.
Yeah. So one of the things that I want to do
Can you imagine being catheterized every time you go to work? It's like you get to work with and talk to an alien, but you have to look at.
part of what the we're going to ask this last question. We're going to
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
well, everybody
don't like this at all.
why, of course, we're going to have these stages in why those who intensely telling us about this, about food,
It's multifocal. It's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops community and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I see myself walking along a pond.
In Russia, Black Ops community retires youth.
I'm bothered by anybody except for maybe a bird here or there and taking a sample and just taking my time looking at it for fun. Not doing it.
Is Dan Burge still alive? Does anybody know? Somebody check that out.
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease that I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is, and of course that's within God's providence.
Bounce on the pedal till the wheels go. Absolutely love to hear it. Phenomenal job, Elite. That was beautiful. Hey, that was amazing. You have a beautiful voice. Great song choice. Can't sing. That was beautiful, my man. Great job. How you living, Ben? stay out into the rest of it. Oh, these fuckers of YouTube still haven't given me a decision on the account that I want. The other one, I mean, I've lost probably 40 accounts to them, so I don't really sweat it. But one of my other accounts, like from way, way earlier, they said you're not getting that back. It's fine. What I really want, even more than my YouTube account, which is important to me, is my Twitter account. Because I had like a ton of people who really knew who I was, who I would interact with for like a whole year. And so I'm not saying I was really popular on Twitter, but I was popular as Obama, uh, Sonic, Bitcoin Obama. You know who Bitcoin Obama is? You know who Bitcoin? Yeah. So I was pretty big on Twitter, and so my thought is this: dog, I don't have nothing to do except fucking appeal these things every fucking day, and when they reject it, fucking do it again. And I mean, I've got ChatGPT writing like legal letters for me to send them in my appeal. I recognize why they do actually do that. Exactly. I mean, I made 2,000 accounts by hand and followed every single person that they have. So I know that they got my account flagged, but I figure like, hey, if I fucking ping Linda Yaccarino, the CEO, enough fucking times, you never know. Something might happen, and if it doesn't, what's the phrase? Never, nothing ventured, nothing gained, something like that. So that's how I see that. In other news, that about 2 hours until one of my other accounts gets ready to be streamed. And I have just been really enjoying these karaoke people. They're very talented, and I think I have a very good strategy that I am just really, really positive and really, really optimistic. What I'm doing is really good. You're seeing on the internet strangers, and not only is that difficult, but then you have to do the technical aspects of it too, like making sure your microphone works, you have enough RAM so that Discord is heavy and and all the other things. So, whenever anybody sings, I just do my best to clap, and they can see me clap, and then I just tell them that I think they do a really good job. And a lot of these people come up with good music, and they're like playing on pianos and guitars and things like that. And they're very, very talented individuals. So I'm not lying for them. And I really do think that they're quite good. And yeah. So what else do we have? I'm about maybe like hour or two away from being able to shoot my camera again and socialize. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Once that happens, I'm going to be in that VC number one where Sunboy, please add me, and all the other people who are like, add me. I'm surprised I have that many. Like, these people pay thousands of dollars for that spot in boosting the server, and it just comes up and hey. And I'm actually quite surprised as well. They didn't ban me. I don't know why I didn't put two and two together. Man, it has taken so long for me to get any kind of experience in here. I don't know why. Not thinking, oh, it's because I'm new. I don't know why. I just figured that once you get to a certain level, sometimes they make it more and more difficult to get to the next level. But it was going so slowly. So the funny thing about that place is I tried to be in like my own little room, uh, my own PC alone, and just have my microphone on, and people keep joining, like keep listening on what's going on. It's like, okay, yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, that's fine. I don't mind that I'm as much of an open book as anybody on earth, but it's like the one time when I don't want people in there, just so I can generate um, some experience that happened. So yeah, I think that one. And what else? That's kind of how about you? I, dude, it's one of my favorites. I I think personally, uh, well, I can't stand the fact that iPhones. This is a huge pet peeve. let's say you buy a new iPhone that has 1 terabyte worth of storage. Oh, great, got a terabyte worth of storage, but you don't recognize that like over 100 gigabytes of that are just Apple bloatware. Just Apple bloatware. So, and like, let's give a brand new iPhone. If you have like a normal phone, usually it's like I don't know, 100 bytes worth of space. That's up until like a couple of years ago. That was a pretty good phone, and it's like 60 megabytes or 60 gigabytes worth of bloatware. And when they make me king of the world, I'm going to say to all the CEOs that if you sell the product and you say, hey, it comes with 2 terabytes worth of storage space, all your shit, your bloatware, cannot be included in that. So it better have like 1.2 or 2.2 terabytes, and then you put all this shit that you need on that point two. But when you're selling something, that's kind of a bait and switch, or it's not the phone. Yeah, that's it. So it's got all this space, but not really. And not only that, but the amount of bloatware that they put on the product is a bit of it. There's games and garbage. You don't want that. Yeah, so that's my rant. What else? Dude, I've been fascinated with, you know, Dan Burdick. He's the guy on the screen. And he, like Bob Lazar, somewhere has the conversation with, but he allegedly worked more with the aliens, this one in particular. So he talks about that. I don't know what's in the level. Like, I wonder if the specifics that he has are not like a made up story. He kept talking about how wide the door frames were and how many steps it was from one place to another. Like, he was really there, like, he was really everywhere. And that whole J Rock story, everything was a bit of a computer. But I was just watching a podcast on that. Yeah, just all these people that they're doing a good job. I'll sing every once in a while so they know that I not just there one beats the others or whatever. But like the key is this, and I know if I said, hey, what are you doing nowadays? Who's this? Somebody just like this room. Wesley Curry the second, dog, you sent me your CD. I have your CD. What am I doing? I'm like, Wesley Curry, if you want to join me, Discord.me/Rabbi. Hope you don't know Wesley Curry for this. I just who has been following me for, yeah, you, I know who you are. Yeah, you're Wesley Curry. That's it. I know you, baby. Yeah, you do. Finally, I see you when you're typing to me. For Wesley Curry, because I have so many devices, I always see he's typing to me, hey, just checking in on you, hope everything's okay. And finally, he typed to me right when I'm looking at it. Yeah, you, Wesley Curry, I see you. You can hear me if you can. Um, okay, and writing music mostly. Bought a nice film camera, a Sony S100, and I'm learning how it works. Oh, that's amazing, dog. That's really good. Has it been working out for you? Do you enjoy taking pictures? That's amazing. What do you like to photograph, Wesley? No one listens to me. I'm very hated these days. Peculiar. That's like the big city. Well, no worries, man. Wesley, let me send you my this. This is why it is so shitty. It's not that I can just send you a message. No, right. Okay, so maybe I can type to you and oh, this is really nice. Okay, call, message. I enjoy making movies very much, but it's a lot of work. You write it so quickly. let's see. This one, that don't, I mean, that was fun, but that's interesting. That, you can join that. That would be really wonderful. If you can't, God, I understand. It can happen. So if you were saying, thank you for being so nice to me. Yeah. It's the study, not the hiding them, getting the right left, training, that takes them on. Oh man, you got that right. I don't know if you're on Reddit, but I'm in all kinds of photography subreddits, especially when it comes to camera. And they have a lot of good tips, especially when it comes to getting that right shot. Especially some more difficult looking shots aren't always that difficult. If you just have a, you and I digital training. I hope that you guys are right now. But you should have done. But we're just so on not that yeah, I think so. I do have that provide for people who are that population. Where did you know real competition with this sport? This sport that you do for well, a big job to do. What's the review of well, I don't know that will connect because normally I only get connected with like 6 hours. And I go to sleep. But because YouTube does not have any little sound thing, like it's incredible to me that some apps like this one have like almost too many notifications, and others like YouTube, some- they don't make. I think that would help me so much if it just came like, ding, oh, somebody comes. And I, no, I understand. That's all right. You don't have to necessarily get an account. You can just do it in a account, but I understand. It's a huge pain in the to ask someone who's never used the platform, like, hey, one, follow me on this platform, and for that reason. I understand. Yeah. People send me all the time, and many times I'll look at them initially and say, okay, that's cool, and then they'll take me like a week or two out. I'm giving it. So if you have to do it this way, that week or stuff, yeah, but I think it's difficult to ask people the social media app, especially if you don't have that account. You really have to do it. Let's see. How we'll try to get you before I start. Oh, cool, man. I appreciate it. Come by once a day. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get you a deal. I get it. Listen for your I'm finding people that I appreciate your book and you support your dream. I'm just clapping for some. Let's see if you're chilling. This was not for because it's for not and other way, you put on a record to say, you have a very nice apartment and all that you need to stay mostly in the apartment. Dog, we gotta get you in. My man, we'll be your friend. We'll friend you. Here, go here, sign up for this if you have to. I'll give you an account. It's Discord. I'm gonna do my best to pack it really good. I like that. And two, yeah, I understand you're trying to run me. Let's just like we're gonna do it. Let's make sure my thing is set. Here, register. But this is the thing. And I got your friend. Wesley. Go to discord.me/rabbi. Here, I'll even show you how to do it. This is what it looks like. I'll type it on my phone. Discord.me. This is how you want to type it. Discord.me. Type that in. And then when you hit enter, it'll give you a link to my Discord. And you can come in there and we can talk to each other if you want. That's what you want to do. That's cool. I'm going to tell you what. Hold on. No, wait, got it. You're going to give it a try. Wesley, if you get this bad boy to work, I will be so happy. I will be amazing because with what will happen. I know your schedule. Right, so I'm sure that you could make some new friends, and we're really supportive. Wow, we're at 5 people. I don't know if you're watching on Rumble right now, I am not allowed to have a all right. So we got Westminster, and he's a good friend anyway. That's Westminster. He just tried to log on to Discord. He would not accept me. Okay, let's let's accept me. So I have another adjustment to do. This one is recorded. I can do. I just have to be really specific about All right. Just one moment. Let's stop. I know it's happening. Another one. Just one moment. Rumble. Oh, how about this? Type to me or just or what is your Discord? What? Okay, okay. So the Discord maybe it's not very good, but that's okay. Um, that's okay. What is your what Discord? If you send me your Discord username, I'll put it right there. And hopefully you do it. Not now, sorry. Okay, that's it. I understand. Wesley, you know I'm here for you, so whenever you have time, one, let me know what I want to do. You're okay with that. No, that was beautiful. Great job. We loved it. Great job. Oh, yeah, kids. Rabbi's at level 20. Turn on the cameras. Woo-hoo. Boy, Aggie, you got a new friend in the fucking DC, baby. Oh, shit. Nothing. You're going to watch my every fucking movement from now until the cows come home. Oh. That was amazing. You made Freddie Mercury himself proud. Beautiful job. Oh, okay. Horseshit.
absolutely.
Yes.
It's the always time.
Disappear all this time. There are other reasons too. Without yelling the poor me scenario. Uh, yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them only as a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know what's going on. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not.
That's what Colonel Corso said. Colonel Corso said, Bill Corso, author of The Day After Roswell, said in a number of interviews that people have a right to know because this is their future. And he had a really great point about that. He said that in World War II, we sent kids, 17 to 19-year-old kids, into machine gun fire on D-Day, and they were able to handle that. Surely we can handle whatever it is we need to know. And it's their future. This is the world that our children are going to grow up in, so they deserve to know. I think that's good. That's a fine point.
And it depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof. This gets me thinking. The one thing that we've heard from the Brookings Institution study, famous Clampton study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. And in fact, I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of would this destroy your faith, I have heard, my experience, although I'm sure there can be varied opinions, no, it would strengthen. It would strengthen. From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution was correct on a certain level. Suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon, on Mars, the ancient temples, are in fact the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped, will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, or something other than buildings and stones, marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is.
I know I keep going on about Ingo Swann, but that's just because I finished his book Penetration recently, and in that book he talks about very specifically structures on the moon. We've heard this from a number of different people, that there's something on the moon that we are being kept from discovering or seeing, and there are structures there, and there's stuff on Mars that we're not aware, that NASA is aware of, but that the general public is not aware of. Certainly tracks with that. It sounds like he's suggesting that some of the things that were made that are there now were made by future humans with time travel, and that somehow that affected our religious history on this planet.
If he is for this us.
That's a little bit about the things with the difference in terms of speeding up. And there's something into the public services right out after that. Right. But and the other thing, I'm a little bit more into the specifics, just to get a better image of what it's like for you to do it. That's fine. Okay.
The introduction during the swing, this goes on. I'm going to go to the Dolphin.
The other thing is, what I like to pertinent to what you just did, what you just spoke about, was what you were looking at slide-wise prior to knowing what the unknown work and the material was. All right. Well, interesting.
Oh, no way! Wesley, you made it. You made it. Amazing, Doc. Welcome. Let me send you a friend request. Apologies, I didn't see you. You know better than me. How you doing, Doc? We're just watching some documentaries on exposure here. I'm glad that you're doing that, man. Wow, we finally get to meet. That's amazing. Well, if you're not but being here, if you're hearing me right, my best advice to you is be on the camera. And if you want to listen to what I'm listening to, then go ahead and listen to it. Now you can see how we're doing. Lawrence, I want you to live in here. Ask me to live in here. I don't know to call you Lawrence or Wesley, but we call you Lawrence since that's what you go by on here. And you're amazing, man. Thank you for being here. Here we go. And I'm also listening to Imperial Media. Cheering people on being positive. Glad to hear, Doc.
I got no clue. In fact, they brought in the menu. Who we got on our side? A biochemist to turn our attitude. And after about a year, even through the attitude, the only time to join us. I said, no, we can't do this without finding out the tissue. We need to find out whether we're doing this situation or whether it was in vitro. They turned out to be that's fine.
The other thing that we made a memorandum statement about why we do this. I wonder if there's anything else we can do for the group. Anything else you can say that is of value to you for food as far as how you figure out what it is about. You said that your health and remember what it is. I just want to put it to you. You have to have, in terms of what is it trying to accomplish. Because I know
I would like to tell her I want to
maybe you should say,
under the appropriate circumstances. There are military applications that need to be handled and very carefully.
That's very close to what David Grush and Lou Elizondo and Carl Neville have all said.
Did you hear me, Lawrence? Yes, you can. Okay. So, in case you don't know, I can't hear you. Casmin, can you hear Lawrence? Welcome. How are you? It's the 09. That happens all the time. Don't worry, Lawrence. We're here to help you. As you know, I am the world's best troubleshooter, so we'll walk through it. Okay, if you want some help, one of the best places to go is in your settings on Discord, you'll see a section for voice and video. Your video is working great, so we can see you beautifully. But when it comes to the voice part, in fact, I'll show you on my phone. This is a phone, so it's not basically a computer. So this is what it looks like. If you go to settings and it says, at least it's on the phone, it says voice, but voice menu, which microphone you want to use, and that might be it. There's another way to choose what microphone you're using as well. And the way that you do that is when you go to this is on the card. That's part. Let me do it in another Discord so that we get somebody to do that. Okay. There. But basically, if you look where your mic is, sometimes it'll have a little arrow there, and you can choose which microphone you want to use. So I imagine you have a microphone in your headset. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So what we probably want to do is change the microphone input to your headset. And the way that you do that is in settings. You press the gear on your computer, and then it'll say voice and video. And then when you get voice and video, you choose input. And when your computer detects that you're talking, there's a little box around your head that will turn green. Like the fact that I'm talking right now, I can tell that I'm talking, tell that it's being picked up by the computer because it's green. And Wesley, I've got another computer here that I can show you what on another computer how it's done. Just one moment, I'll show you. I'm in the middle of a call with these people. Okay, so here's my computer. So if you see, I have a computer right here, and I know it's not going to be really, but down in the corner, right here, there's a gear, and it says user settings. Do you see the gear that says user settings, Lawrence? Yes, you do. Okay, so you're going to click that, and then you get all this information. Let me pull it up a little bit. I know it's bright. So let me turn the brightness down, maybe. So that it gets let's do that. Yeah, okay. So you can see all of my stuff here. On the left side here, you're going to look for, it's called voice and video. It's under app settings. You see where it says voice and video? Oh yeah, beautifully, man. Well, pleasure to meet you. How are you, Lawrence? How do you prefer to be? What do you prefer to be called? Wesley, how you doing, big dog? Pleasure to meet you after many years. I'm so happy to meet you. This is my friend Caspian C. Caspian C. Wesley. Amazing. So, Wesley, what was the causing? Was it an input issue?
I use a Mac Pro.
Okay. That's, oh, it's beautiful. Not as good. Well, wonderful. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you're a wonderful artist. That you were saying that you were also an amateur photographer. Is that correct? Right. I'm absolutely agree with you. And then even if you shoot all of the footage, you have to edit it, and that's very time consuming. Beautiful. That's great. Absolutely. Oh, that's an excellent thing. Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sure. Sure. That's okay. Doing it peaceful will allow you to time it.
The sample libraries is incredible. Yes, so I'm
Oh, beautiful. That's that's phenomenal. So what is the meeting about? I got you. Now, when it comes to the camera, is it going to be like a found footage film, or you're going to set up all the stuff? Let me see. Okay. I see that it's an analog clock. I can't quite pull on it. Let me take your screen with it. Well, that's very cool. It's it, exactly. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. That's a beautiful clock and very creative. And and you and you got a excellent and you got a deal on it. Correct. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know war anymore. So I started this more than 3 years ago. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Essentially, I have more data on the internet than any person ever. You can literally watch my life going backwards, going back to the pandemic, and essentially it's a time capsule for society. And as you know, we talk. I, I just moved from upstairs to downstairs, but um, I yeah, exactly. That's, so, that's exactly right. And essentially, what I've done is created more data than any person ever. Have you ever seen a movie, The Truman Show, Wesley? Okay, so as you know, The Truman Show is basically a story of a person who's always on camera, the whole world can watch it. And essentially the same thing is true here, except we have my consent. And in Terry's case, they did not. Or Truman Burbank did the movie, they did not. And I also have been generating a lot more interest in my project from Discord. So, as you know, we're in the Discord right now, but I'm in let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm gonna do 6 more than once. So there are cameras on me where people can see different angles, and I'm really setting it so so people just get associated with me. It's known as the mere exposure effect. Essentially, the more that you are exposed to a certain uh, medium, the more familiar with it you become, and then you start to gain trust, start to make friends, and eventually people start to join it and tell their friends about the project. And I found that starting this Discord this past summer, it has taken off, and now we've got something like 1,400 people in here. At any given time, you can have, have sometimes people who are just really open-minded and want to live in a better world where there's war. The reason why I do this is because I don't want war anymore. If you're familiar with John Lennon and Yoko Ono, they had something called a bed-in at 2 different times of their lives during the 1970s, where they in Amsterdam and Montreal just stayed in a bed for a week and talked about peace. And while I don't only stay in bed, I do talk about peace, and it's essentially my type of music in the world. And I'm very motivated by peace. For people ask me what I want to see in the world, it's world peace. And the reason why I said that is if you study science fiction, certainly, but even different countries, they don't explore, they don't essentially find new things until they have peace at home. They don't want to explore if they have a civil war. And essentially what we have amongst the world are wars, and we want to stop those so that we can quit focusing on killing each other and start focusing on space tourism and terraforming different planets and interstellar travel. And I've never had the opportunity to talk with you directly. Some other things that you may have heard me talk about, but we talk about on here all the time, are things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, faster than light travel. We talk about life extension technology. And if you were born, Wesley, if your average life expectancy might be 100, maybe 100. I mean, I have more days than any person on Earth, and I'm going to be able to make you wealthy if I'm no longer rich. Wealthy and improvement. And how am I going to be able to do that? Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was their number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, everything. And I'm not more data than that person. And that has to be very valuable in the future, and we'll be able to monetize it. And once we get to a point where we have life extension technology with different types of advancements like stem cells and different growth hormone, perhaps steroids, perhaps have cryogenics, perhaps we have conversion therapy where the younger people are used to older people. Eventually, though, your body's going to break down. And that's where the next kind of technology comes in. And that's mind uploading technology. Where you scan your brain, Wesley, and your computer if you want. This is all with your consent. But we scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in your computer, where we know where every atom is in your entire body, in your entire mind. And we upload that into a computer. You later download as an Android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a material being, a robot, whatever you want to do. But basically, what I'm saying is that under those conditions, you'll be able to live a digital immortality. And you're like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to live another 100 years or something like that. I understand. There's another type of technology out there if you want, or if your family wants one, meditation technology. So basically, if you have to die someday, you're eventually people love you enough and care enough about you, you'll be able to use it, especially within a type of technology known as a replicator, be able to recreate you, essentially clone you if you want it, and put your every memory, your personality, your charisma into this clone and be able to essentially bring you back from the dead. And really, given enough time, human ingenuity will continue to grow and continue to develop and evolve. And eventually, people will say, instead of saying, how is that possible? They'll say, that's really the way. So that's what I do. And as you know, I've been doing this for years, and I'm very dedicated to it. And I think that hopefully this is the light at the end of the tunnel with the amount of people who I have who are viewing it at any given time. I have right now in the one, I got 6 people watching me, another I got 8 people, another 15 people, another 9 people, another no one, a couple of them, but another one I see that these 4 people. So I mean, the more eyeballs that I get on you, the more successful I am with your time. The more people I'm able to impact, the more people I'm able to talk to this project. And really, then they tell friends, and then their friends come in here. During any downtime that I have, I like to sing karaoke. I like to watch movies. I like to watch documentaries and podcasts. If you're familiar with the Joe Rogan podcast, we watch that quite a bit here. We also watch things such as sports. So I'm really big into sports. We watch the sports later today. And we've got football tomorrow and Monday. I'm also sponsored by cryptocurrency. So gotta be funny. Like, hey, do you really like Sonic the Hedgehog that much? So this is a cryptocurrency called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. It's a very long name for a very serious coin. It's worth over $200 million right now, and it's just getting more and more popular, and especially on Twitter. And I've been in their Telegram for the cryptocurrency for more than a year, taking questions, being essentially a concierge for the coin. And so I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, which is tied into this project because data is Earth's number one resource, and the fact that I'm recording everything that happens with this cryptocurrency will make the cryptocurrency crash very powerful someday. And all in all, it's really about world peace. I don't want war anymore. As you know, I dedicate my entire life to this, and it would be something that I have to be able to do it. I think that you're starting to help and get more and more momentum. I can tell you that I got some major influencers who know who I am. Nick Ross is a partial owner of a platform called Kick. He knows who I am, the owner of Kick. His name is Eddie David. He's a billionaire. He and I are friends in Discord. He knows who I am. Basically, on a few platforms, I'm a very well known individual. And that's exciting because the more well known I am, the more people I'm able to impact with my statements and with my message. That's overall, I don't want war anymore. I had it my way. No matter where you are in the world, everybody has to lay down their arms. One hostage is happening. We sit at a table, look eye to eye, both sides, and live stream it until we can come to some type of resolution. I want peace. I feel that's the best way to peace. Beautiful. Well, that's wonderful. So right now we're watching a documentary on and we're at Area 51. S4, and the testimony of the encounter. And I don't know if you're familiar, but within the last 2 weeks, there was a major disclosure event for Congress where essentially Rothschild was gave testimony about the United States government and its interactions with UFOs, unidentified flying objects, UFOs, UAPs, objects, unidentified aerial phenomena, and also like um, testimonies that unidentified submersible objects and basically things that go underwater. And when they're talking about these kinds of things in Congress, that's a big deal. And that disclosure is coming closer and closer. About, I don't necessarily know if we'll ever get there. I'm definitely an advocate for that. And I'm just about everybody getting off and on earth. But overall, I would say that while when I started this, it was quite slow. No one knew who I was. I didn't have any friends out there. I'm with you, but people say I'm the most person on certain platforms to the kind of extreme. Wow, whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But I do know that it's nice to know that people can know about me. I think people care less to know about me. I want them to know about my project, which is that I'm doing. And that's and that means that overall, it's very much treat others the way that you want to be treated. And don't put your hands on any person, and they don't put their hands on you. Imagine doing that, and that means the thing that we do for Iran, and the thing that we do for nation states, and eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to work things out. I look forward to the day perhaps one day where nobody dies. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but perhaps if enough time, we will perhaps have that. And I'm an advocate for it. I may be a dreamer, and people do say all the time, "Oh, we're never going to get to world peace." People say that, and I understand because there are people with different motivations. But if you look at things long enough, and we talk about life extension technology, we'll live to be 120, but you live to be perhaps 500 years old, 5,000 years old, 500,000 years old. Well, then eventually getting to those things becomes inevitable. And it's a matter of time until we all on board with that. And then once that happens, we'll be able to explore space. First, low Earth orbit, we'll have space tourism, and eventually perhaps we'll start to terraform Mars. And from there, it's about getting outside of the solar system and starting to do interstellar travel. And the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri, which is about 4 light years away, which is achievable. There and back would be like 8 years, which even given conventional physics, moving close to the speed of light. And that's all really exciting to me. All of that is much more exciting to me than dead children and hospitals being bombed and festivals being hacked and all of those things I don't want. And so I've done my best to get in the world and the message that I see. So everyone with this top of our hand, yeah. So Covina, Covina is more north than Pacific Washington, close to the I'm in Orange County, which is near yeah. Well, then you went to Orange County. So once you get past San Pendleton, then you get into the beach cities, San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano, you get to Laguna Beach, Dana Point, although Newport, just in between all of them is Irvine, that's just north of us. Anaheim, which is Disney. And it's about 30 minutes to Los Angeles proper. And well, thankfully, the people who I live and the people who I would say I that year learned to become friends with and really learn to um, understand many different people here. I would say it's quite diverse and I quite enjoy that. Really, when you go viral, I look forward to being able to enjoy much time. It's very expensive, and um, I want to be yeah, exactly. I want to be able to buy my own house or houses. I want to be able to live the American dream, essentially. You know, with data being Earth's number one resource, and with streaming, influencing being the number one desired type of career when children grow up. It does have a lot of opportunity, and I would say it can happen any day. Perhaps it may take 4 months, and I'm fine with that. But eventually, somebody's going to see this and they're going to say, "Wow, so you mean I can watch whenever I want?" Yeah, whenever you want. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's it, really exciting. And then they're going to tell a friend, they're tell a friend, and hopefully it'll really snowball. I do also stream in Discords, and I make friends that way. And people recruit me in order to stream in their Discord, and it's just it's a matter of time. And it's a slow and steady uphill crawl. But one of these days, the right person can see what I do. They're going to retweet something that I've done. Everyone's going to think that it's interesting, and then I would say I don't want to say it's mission accomplished, but that's when the next person. That's when I become a global voice for the voiceless, where I say that we need to work together diplomatically to come to terms and end all war everywhere. And that's kind of the second step where I become perhaps one of the biggest, if not the biggest celebrity in global history. I put data than when I say that, different, the biggest YouTube channel in the world is T-Series and it has 300,000 hours worth of data. I all of them. The next closest is like Domino's at Mr. Beast. It's pretty big, and I have over 100 pounds and PewDiePie is another really good one. Again, more than 100 times more data. So people not only will be able to watch this to see what I'm doing with it, but I look at this from an academic standpoint, that people will be able to study this like a documentary to know what a human's eating habits are, their sleeping habits, their drinking habits, their behavioral patterns, their bathing habits, their hygiene, their emotional status, their behavior, everything about a human can be studied, but then even more than that, and that's not just from one campus, at least, 8 different angles at any given time. But then when you really start to advance with cameras and computers and things, you'll be able to remove different layers and see me with augmented reality. You'll be able to see my heartbeats per second or per minute. You'll be able to see my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute. You'll be able to remove different layers of my clothing. You'll be able to change my clothing if you want. You'll be able to remove my epidermal layer, be able to see what's underneath my skin, be able to see my muscular structure. You'll be able to eventually remove perhaps everything that is impeding your view from my brain, and actually be able to see what I'm thinking at a given time. With enough time, computers will essentially be able to advance all of this. And that's really exciting.
Like that.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I certainly can. What I figure generally is that uh, I uploaded so much data that I don't do it in HD. The reason why is I can either have one HD stream or 8 SD streams. So, yeah. And, yep. Yeah, I have, especially on phone. So I have them, they click on my phone. Uh,
the set.
I do for like fish eyes and some other things too. Yeah, I would say that the way that I see it is that quality is really important to me. I know that everything will be enhanced to be equal. So all of the video that I have will be enhanced to HD that will have the best sound that anybody would ever want. To the point it will be enhanced so well that the human eye will no longer be able to detect between 16K and 32K. It will be so excellent.
2K.
Exactly. And so, even now, YouTube, if you upload something, it will automatically enhance it to at least SD. But there are ways that it can go to YouTube as well. So at least when it comes to quality, that's not always by um, nature motivation. It's more about quantity for me. I would rather have 2 cameras going at any given time than one really big camera. And the reason why is when that one really big camera's app crashes or you know something like that, I don't have a backup. With as many different cameras as I have going at any given time, I have quite a few different backups and really um, redundant streams. That's really been the issue that I've dealt with many times. Is I can lose an account, I can lose access to an account, YouTube can take down accounts for whatever reason. If any of that happens, I have backups. And so, but in answer to your original question, do I have any alcohol wipes that I can use? Yes. In fact, just give me a second. I'll let's do what I can. Just one more. These are just Chromebooks, so I don't think. I'll do for you, Weston. So, actually, Wesley, if you ever want to do a paper and really help this project, it's this. Come in whenever you're bored and just check in with me. I want to hear what's going on in your life, and we'll become much better friends than we already are. That's all I care about. Just building a relationship with you, okay? Excellent. You take care, my friend. Actually, thank you for being such a sweetheart, and thank you again for sending me the music. You're a wonderful person, and I look forward to our friendship. Take care, my friend. Bye-bye. That's Wesley, everybody. We finally had a chance to meet him. That's wonderful.
This is a very similar language that they use. And they do definitely treat the conversation with a degree of seriousness that I think is appropriate from what we're talking about. It's interesting how frequently they talk about how out of the loop Congress is on all this and how there's no oversight on this program. So that's an interesting point.
Those issues were these really critical problems. We should be taking
Of course, our objective, which I,
including the applications for votes.
I know that some of this is because they almost community. Well, what I want to do is, one of the guys say is we're trying to focus on, and you become great support, very close, very central to the J party issue. We felt that it's a contribution to our state. We can find anything on how to be on these lives.
We showed them the letters. See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition. I figured that it was a need to know. There was a need to know basis above that. I didn't figure that there was direct. See, and with the rumors coming at me about the potential for public acclamation, that would be for him, those initiatives to take back as the hero in this situation, because he loves playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says order to remain. That's order to remain in capacity, which means that there is a greater loop. I've had the chance to speak with the individual one time, and he was funny or no, it was. I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I was shown that. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but a little more relaxed circumstance.
I heard the in culture that was the first meeting.
Okay.
I heard that you why
Mm-hmm. solidify that.
Let's talk a little bit about what we just discussed. What was it that you thought you were looking at when you were looking at these slides?
We were looking at extremely minute microglial cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as dictyosomes to mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by the individuals next to me was that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, an intermediate. They had more experience. They had more experience than me involving such matters. So, and being that I was new, was letting them take the lead.
Okay, science people, biology people, people with advanced degrees that understand what he's talking about, please fact check what he's saying. Does this make sense to anyone? I don't know what I'm looking at, and I honestly don't know. So it's hard for me to know whether this is made up or nonsense. Please let me know in the comments what you think about what he said. This sounds like very specific jargon.
Fine. Well, we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introductions, the 92 time frame, 91 to 92, when we were doing introductions. We had regular systematic medicals by a physician. Following that, we would be suited, would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus is placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was for all intents and purposes. It was a spacesuit. Spacesuit. Something like what you would find in a NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, well, for instance, at USAG or CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space type suit with joints. We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then walked with our cooling system rounds and got a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry which had been moved into position by the sphere, which had been previously rotated up through an iris to the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed.
Wait, what? A clean sphere, pressurized clean sphere that comes up through the floor, through an iris, like the Stargate iris that opens, and then this sphere comes up into the room, and there's an observation deck and a gantryway, and you walk. This sounds like Stargate. It sounds like we walked the gantryway with the suit on, gear. Wow.
They did with him down there. He didn't say. And they didn't tell me. It was not a need to know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the sphere and all of that. The regular house and maintenance was the treatment. We would be led up the entryway. The hoses would be hooked into an interior system inside the doorway, which is exterior to the clean sphere. And it was called the exterior system. In fact, we would be let in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantryway. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantryway and the clean sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing verbal around the discussment. Why? I was never told. But we were not supposed to talk around the I moved the drum system and re-put a secondary set of hosing inside the clean sphere. check the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the clean sphere would be closed behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization would remain the same in the gantry way. Following that, I would do my business inside the clean sphere. I would be contacting the J-Rod and removing the
These are a made-up story that a lot of people have.
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine type presence to the J-Rod, a Kane syndrome type presence, and certain genetic issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein or antifreeze glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems at their axonal ridges. They were not transmitting any energy, something like a dystrophy.
Can anybody translate that?
Earth, while their action potentials were dying at the synapse. They were also losing energy because there was a demyelination process underway. That demyelination process was SIDS, the Q94 document, was tied to a PMP1A like problem with Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater demyelination. We tied that to the demyelination issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, the two promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of PFOs or triplet-forming oligonucleotides. It's essentially an SSDNA vector expression system that they were using. Oops. You're staring at me, bro. I'm sorry.
Sparks just flew out of my
Okay. Well, the good is not a good. Do you want to specify? I'm sorry.
Doesn't that you mild process for some of the conditions that you sometimes have?
Yeah, except for he wasn't forming plaques. He wasn't forming plaques. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, immune system, just like we have. The cells are different. They've got philophilia, but very strange looking blood-like material. It's like it, but that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
A little bit about some generalities around the issue where sort of how many floors it was, where it was located.
Sure. You want an experience of Site 4, watch the environment. Except for there's a little more color inside the Site 4. They've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the floor you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. We're talking separate to the groom facility here. And there are several floors at the groom facility, and then finally the majority of the hot stuff was taken over the Site 4. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, they're coded 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4. The finally where he was scored was 4-5. And that 4-5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is in. That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars on the Galileo and Sidekick levels. The 4-1 level. The 4-2 level contained looking glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door for the major facility, there's a white rabbit with a clock. It's a very large, it's made of statue, probably about that tall, and then it's held above the doorway, right above the doorway. The looking glass, I find out, is one of the ERBs. The Einstein Rosenberg promoter. It uses some form of, this is found out in the last 2 weeks. That's the right question there, I guess. It's composed of a spherical spinning arc rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disk underneath it, which is supercooled. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning, I'm not a physicist, spinning disks. Is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are.
This kind of sounds like the superconducting disk that Ming Lee was working on. Anti-gravity researcher Ming Lee talked about it in a recent video. And there's a picture of her holding this device, 2 other researchers, and it looks like a record, especially the box. It's like a record player or record. But it sounds very similar. It was like a superconducting disk that was highly charged and spinning inside of some other device.
Changing the gravity repulsion matter from the heavy materials that have been obtained from the JLAS, the 115 variety material.
Element 115, that was a Bob Lazar reference. What is that?
And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, the stuff repels gravity and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, where they can see through it.
I recently heard, again, this is all rumor, but I recently heard that one of the reasons there's a shoot-down program to take down and recover this craft because some of the materials that are used in building our reproduction vehicles cannot be made or manufactured here on Earth. So they have to be recovered from craft. So they shoot down some craft and they're able to go in and get some of the stuff like Element 115 apparently and use it.
And that is, from what I understand, the great prize for what's going on in the world right now, are those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for the climatological records that just happened to be disappeared out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? We're going to see some cylinder seals today too. I'll show you some people.
And is that using engagement with device and project origin wise?
Yes.
Is this something that we use only for the transmission of information, or can we transport a material object through time?
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another. The production of 2 of the devices, and they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human did not survive. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was a voluntary situation. The human did not survive.
Holy shit. You know what that reminds me of? It's Star Trek The Motion Picture. There's a scene where they're getting Enterprise ready to leave dry dock or space dock, and they're going to go off on this mission. And they are testing out the transporters on this new refitted Enterprise. And they're beaming some people on board, and the people get like completely scrambled inside the transporter, and when they come through the other side, they don't survive. It just totally reminded me of that. This sounds like what he's describing. This ERB sounds like a Stargate. I know I keep beating this drum like Stargate drum, but there's so many parallels here to the Stargate TV show. It sounds like when they tried to send a person through it, the person didn't survive. When they volunteered, can you imagine being a volunteer to go through an experimental portal? And it's like you got a couple of eggheads, and they're like, "All right, we've got these two things in resonance. We're not really sure what's going to happen. We threw a couple of pencils through, and it seemed like they were okay coming out the other side. Why don't you go ahead, Larry, take a step inside this thing, and let's see what happens."
The human did not move. The human stayed where the human was put. But the human changed, and I don't want to talk about it.
Ooh.
There was an attempt at well, in essence, yes, it was a linear. It was a attempt to transport an individual over linear distance, which I understand is the same thing as time travel.
Whoa.
If we're talking purely from the Einstein,
It sounds like this method.
distance is time. From what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from that, how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know what specific information they've obtained. I only know of one piece of information, and that is the rush. Why the rush is on the way to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. And in fact, this group of gray rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the gray rods and the associated members, to put a clamp on them so that they stop their influence within the political structures of our government, including the financial structures.
Okay. Whoa, freeze. Did you just hear what he said? That there's multiple groups of J-Rods, and some of them are influencing our government and financial systems, and there is a device they could use to see the future that they're using to figure out that something is supposed to happen before a particular deadline, and they have to deal with the situation. What?
That it is, in fact, their slowing down of the progress to stopping getting these, picking up these little gates that were put together. That would be our downfall in 2012.
2012. Stargate, there it is.
Well,
Chevron's lot.
you know, what can one do for me? I would be very happy and very relieved to feel as though I was responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what talents God's given me. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information to which I'm privy is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances.
That's almost exactly what David Grush said. That's almost exactly what David Grush said. It's weird to see these guys, like, sometimes, there are people that are complete bullshitters. Their stories don't make any sense, and it just sounds like, I'm talking about the guys who are like, I served in the secret space program, I was a space marine, whatever. You see some of that stuff on various YouTube channels, but this rings very true, and it rhymes very well with what David Grush has said very recently, and Gary Nolan and some others.
certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session earlier.
Yep. Yep.
As I said to you at Luxor, the Congress knows it's not okay. And they want that control back. They're not stupid. They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't fathom. They deserve to have that back in their hands because that's what they were elected to do. And if we care at all about what's left of our Constitution, they deserve to have that in their hands. Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? That was supposed to be. Supposed to be.
He's dead serious. That's for sure. I mean, this guy is like 110% balls to the ball serious. We've heard that recently too. Congress is in charge. They don't have the control that they think they do, but we might like them to have. Which is, they're bought and paid for anyway. But this is really
I hate these light stuff. I expect, no, that's fine. I expect the largest light I would have would be a CRT. I was comfortable with that too. I thought it was an insect. That's fine. Wellington, I went to Dover Grammar School for Boys on the hill over Dover. Yeah, indeed. We were right about Dover College, and they had all the girls down at Dover College. Yes. Grand Master, Headmaster Cole. Yes. Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane. Good man.
Okay, so can you describe in detail the first time what it was like the first time?
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect, being dark brown and hunched in a corner, very insectoid appearance. It almost looked like an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of homes.
That's chilling, right? It's strange to me how many people who claim to meet a non-human intelligence or an alien being or an extraterrestrial, whichever term you're most comfortable with, but they describe meeting them, and it's sort of like the way they would describe meeting anyone. And occasionally you'll see someone like Dan Burrish here, and when he describes it, actually talking about the emotional state and the sense of panic and the physical reaction, seeing it, that makes it sound, to me, much more credible. It just feels like a much more human answer
Very honest.
It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment. It was honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey. Something like an old world ape or whatever you like. But,
Or an insect or a monkey. Which is it?
it wasn't. What my feeling was. This, I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
That sounds honest.
I'm trying to remember what I was feeling when I was looking at the briefing books. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rod, they were him-hawing around as to its origin, his origin. Poppycock. I didn't believe it initially. I didn't believe it. However, deep inside, I held open the possibility because of what happened to me earlier in my life. I held open the possibility that such things could be true. But wouldn't happen to me. It's that old, can't happen to you feeling. So for me, it was poppycock with Roach.
I don't know, guys. My bullshit meter is not going off at all, Scott. Like, body language, facial cues, eyeline, the tone of his voice, the way that he hesitates. I mean, this feels legitimately like something this man truly believes he experienced.
Until I found out otherwise. Sure, they were called King Tuts, and they were basically king. They were all labeled with K's. The ones that I was at, they were blue binders. They were all labeled with K's. They had DTLC on the front of them. I still don't know what DTLC. This is 1987, end of '87. I still don't know what the letters were. I haven't done independent searches on the matter. I could be. So if you can tell me, what does DTLC mean?
Anybody know? DTIC. That's catchy.
They had a white DTIC printed on the front of them. They were marked for several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the J-Rods. Their origins, potential implications for interaction with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of as much information that I could take in during the times that they were allowing me to read them. That's what the DTIC means.
Okay, that's interesting. Bob Lazar says something similar, that he was given a number of briefing booklets, materials to read. And he talks about some of the things that he read in those materials. One of which was that human beings were seen as containers for something. He talks about this. You've probably heard this before. It's been this like weird piece of UFO lore for a very long time. Linda Moulton Howe talks about it a lot. But I also have heard, and I think this feels true as well, that occasionally what they'll do is they'll bring somebody into the program, and then at a lower level when they're first coming in, they'll give them a bunch of false information, maybe mixed in with some legitimate information, but they'll give them a bunch of materials to read, and some of it will be real, some of it will be fake. And if they don't make it through the final selection process and they have to be sent back, tossed back, I guess. If they go back into circulation, they're just speaking gobbledygook as far as anyone is concerned, which is very possibly what's going on. That makes perfect sense. That seems like a totally
I'm not an intelligence or counterintelligence expert. Maybe somebody out there could check me on this, but that seems legit. Right? It seems like a logical thing to do. So it's possible that that's what happened here to Dan, or it could be that maybe he made it past that level and he got as far as he got. He's saying 1987. So Predator didn't come out until 1988, 1987. ChatGPT is close. I'm trying to put this up. DPIC ChatGPT. For some odd reason. All right, we'll come back to this. In the meantime, if anybody else can find out.
Yeah, they were called King Tuts. They were update books. One person. This is another reason why I didn't figure that how Stephen, how I could be promoted to a working group leader above Stephen. Of course, I found out. I told you why. At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all of the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, at least the last visit.
Briefing films at S4. Can you imagine what a briefing film at S4 would look like? It's probably like that scene from Starship Troopers with Doogie Howser, where he's like, aim for the brain stem. Put him down for good. God, that would be funny. Just to get your hands on some of these training films.
So, the man of that importance, I can figure all that. But again, that's good.
Sure. This guy seems like he's emotionally wasted. This guy seems like he's completely emotionally destroyed or resigned to some kind of final outcome that is beyond anyone's control. Does anybody else get that vibe? It's a very specific vibe, but he's vibing that vibe pretty hard right now, and it's a little unnerving. I would say this would fall under S for somber. I'm going to file this under S for somber.
Close-knit, very well-ordered society, one which is numerologically based, one which speaks to others that were called brothers, that I now find out are those who left a spiritual path to another location through the same Duat of Orion, the Epsilon Orionis area. Head to toe physiology, including real autopsy photographs, not the Santilli kind, but the real autopsy photographs. He can't see them for that. He won't raise his head probably, but that was disgusting. The Brookings Institute paper is present.
He's talking about the Ray Santilli alien autopsy video that came out in the 90s that was widely circulated. It was rumored within the UFO research community that was a deliberate fake that had been put together to sort of throw some misinformation and misdirection out for the information pool because there have been some other leaks that have taken place. At least that's my recollection.
As well as several position papers clarifying the Brookings Institute. However, each of these that I was allowed into, they had separate folders and they had separate clips within them, inside the 3-ring binders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open up. And they were giving to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review during the times I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff, they had everything from military applications, physics of the craft, and I couldn't care less. I was more interested in taking in the biology issues.
Real quick, DTIC. All right, ChatGPT is down for some reason. I can't get it up, but I did find, I was able to get up, DuckDuckGo. DTIC Defense Technical Information Center. Oh, I just clicked it on the list. I'm on a list now. DTIC org chart, March 2024. Ooh, this is interesting. Hold up. Stand by. Check this out. DTIC Defense Technical Information Center. DTIC's mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter. The Defense Technical Information Center has served the information needs of the defense community for more than 70 years. DTIC reports to the Undersecretary of Defense, Research and Engineering, USD R&E. Our mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter. More than 50% of the research records in the collection are available through the access-controlled R&E gateway, which is accessible to DoD personnel, defense contractors, federal government personnel and contractors, and selected academic institutions. The R&E gateway sites require Common Access Card, CAC login, or registration. We also provide the general public and industry with access to unclassified, unlimited information, including many full-text downloadable documents through this website. As a DoD field activity under the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the DTIC responsibilities include preserve and disseminate the research that led to the technologies our warfighters use today, deliver the tools and collections that empower the research and engineering enterprise to accelerate the development of technologies that will help maintain U.S. technical superiority, stimulate innovation with public and industry access to DoD-funded research and digital data, maximize the value of each dollar that DoD spends through the analysis of funding data, work in progress, and IR&D to identify gaps, challenges, and the way forward. These areas of responsibility support USD R&E in their efforts to mitigate new and emerging threat capabilities, enable affordable new or extended capabilities in existing military systems, and develop technology surprise through science and engineering. DTIC also manages the Information Analysis Centers, which provide essential technical analysis and data support to a diverse customer base, to include the Combatant Commands, CCMDs, the Office of Secretary of Defense, defense agencies, and the military services. IACs actively partner and collaborate with defense research and engineering focus groups and communities of interest in cyber, homeland defense, and defense systems. They are staffed with scientists, engineers, and information specialists to provide the research and analysis to customers with diverse, complex, and challenging requirements. That's not bad for first take. Here's their history. 1945 to 1948, U.S. Army Air Corps, the U.S. Navy, and the British Air Ministry established the Air Documents Research Center, ADRC, in London. The ADRC becomes the Air Document Division of the Intelligence T2 Department at the headquarters, Air Technical Services, Army Air Force, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. 1948, ADD becomes the Central Air Documents Office, where scientific and technical reports are collected, processed, and distributed. 1951, the Armed Services Technical Information Agency is established. CADO is renamed ASTIA. ASTIA takes over CADO's operations for document collection. ASTIA moves from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to Arlington Hall Station of Arlington, Virginia. ASTIA is renamed the Defense Documentation Center for Science and Technical Information. That's exactly the place you'd want to put all the UFO stuff, in the most boring sounding program ever. It becomes a DoD field activity of the Defense Supply Agency and moves to Cameron Station, Alexandria, Virginia. Holy moly. Defense Research Development Test and Evaluation Online Systems becomes operational. DDC changes its name to officially to the Defense Technical Information Center. When does Skynet become self-aware? Okay, no kidding. I just said when does Skynet become self-aware, and then I clicked this thing, and in 2003 it says DTIC initiates private Skynet, Scientific and Technical Information Network. Holy mo! Is this what he was talking about? Whoa. In 2018, DTIC publishes the inaugural issue of Journal of DoD Research and Engineering, a peer-reviewed journal that provides a venue for the department's scientists and engineers to publish their classified and controlled unclassified research. Kind of late in the game to have that. Sounds like a reaction to something. Sounds like they didn't talk very much about what they were working on, and maybe now they're able to talk a little bit more because they were behind. And now they want to get ahead. We're just spitballing. DTIC launches the Innovators Information Repository, an access-controlled online collection of information related to technological innovations made by small, independent United States businesses. Good old mom and pop military contractors. DTIC introduces Smart Tools Tagger, a natural language auto-indexing tool which semantically analyzes a document and then outputs ranked tag listings of concepts and topics summarizing the main themes of that document. So some kind of an AI tool. DoD modernization practices, priorities. DTIC creates the DoD modernization priorities space in DoD Techipedia to highlight key technology areas significant to the DoD community. It provides an overview and summary of current and relevant research, news, legislation.
That's my dog. We're just watching a documentary.
Hmm.
Yeah. How was your night?
The FOIA Requester Service Center was established in compliance. Okay, gang. Well, there you have it. DTIC.
We're gonna kick ass and kick names.
No, it's still 18.
What aren't you allowed to have? Okay, so it's a drug thing. Like, can you have like a pocket knife? So, you can't have like a pocket knife? Okay, what about a stun gun or like a mace? No. What about mace or like spray? No, I know. I'm just checking on like all the. How about like a baton that telescopic baton? Oh, okay, wow, they're very strict. the craziest thing you've ever found? Oh wow, that's a serious gift. So, oh wow, so she was really going to hurt somebody. Do you have a metal detector? Okay. And all right. Now the drugs that you find is mostly marijuana. Right. So what happened to the cocaine that you found? Did you have it? Oh really? And they come and they just pick it up regularly?
My name, date of birth, all that. The amount of coke I found.
And so they will they do the same to you? Okay. So do people have vapes there? You can vape marijuana? You can vape marijuana in the club? Okay, so vaping is very popular there. So very easily, if you just had a vape that wasn't brown, that had marijuana, you could go to your club and you say, nicotine is good or whatever, and then you give it again. Uh, And oh, I forgot. Okay, so there's no alcohol at the club, right? Yeah. All right, so it's just like a dance club. I got. Have you been there before? What are we watching? Is this a game? Oh, okay, that's a good game. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'll watch it from that. You get it. Why can't you drink the game now? So how long have you been playing this game? Oh, okay. So you're very good at it. This time it's the sacred game. Are you great? Do you think you're going to win this race? Not if it's scripted. Do they have a book? Oh, cool. we cut it.
Everybody's nice.
Right. You don't even have it, baby. Did you get it? First? Was that first?
It's a small 2-litre engine, 3 mils now, 1,000 kilogram chassis, so it's quite quick. Hours away range, or hour. See, as I had that speed off, that's good. Really good. Well, that's what you do then.
Right. Ooh.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, I see that.
I like it better in first person. It's awesome.
You got it. First, nice.
Yeah, well. Oh, that's 2000 right there. That's, yeah. All those. Now this thing definitely got me hooked up. Oh, I see. Blow it out. Blow it up.
There you go.
Oh, that's such a dream.
Like that.
Oh my god, oh, that's so good. Cookies over there. These drivers are on 2 out of 5 then. That might have to go with 3. Like my medical challenge as well. It's like a good challenge. It's never a fake. That's that. As long as you press 3 buttons, pressing the gearbox and the brake part. It's easy once you get your head around it. When I first started playing, it was very much gearbox. But with clutch, if you manually change the gears, you can car out higher reps. So you get the each gear instead of it automatically put it on.
Good job.
I'm sure it's almost unload, but rally, don't blame them because they're just that's what they are. So, they're like, something like what you it tells you about each car, so that is the best car to use. Then you got the old school ones. which it's this call. It's the super. I just know 60 weeks. That's the right. So T's, which is ATs. This is a legendary draw. So all that's fine. I don't think that's the time. That is not terrible.
Keep probably on the same thing.
I don't know. I wouldn't think
Peace, bro.
See, Defense Technical Information Center. Let's get back to Dan Burish's very compelling interview, but wow, did not expect to just duck, go my way into that. That was interesting. It's an interesting diversion. All right, here we go.
Just doesn't interest me. Aside from the fact that from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and the craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads, and there are open nerves which are protected by various glycoproteins, and those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action, or they can be through an active fashion pulled back. And it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft. That interested me.
That's really interesting. That's new. I have heard in the past that there was some kind of a well, I think Roswell. There was a piece of wreckage from Roswell supposedly that was photographed, and I think these photos have been leaked. But it showed a control panel that had basically like two hand cutouts for hands to sit in, like in Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger, the real Total Recall, not the other one. But when Arnold gets to the reactor in the center of Mars and goes to turn it on, and he's got this like 3-fingered hand thing he has to do. And it holds up. Anyway, I've heard, my understanding up until now was that it was always some kind of a consciousness psychic connection. And I this is new information, that there's a direct physical nerve ending connection, almost like the physical body is genetically engineered to like plug it straight into the craft in a very interesting way.
Although most of it at the time and still some of it now, I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I don't pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them. Isolations of viral material, to include the protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing. which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. All of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis to, you know what, to anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going because this is not new territory. This is, pardon the pun, alien territory.
How many things are we measuring?
I only know one. I'm aware of possibly 3 from the reading. And at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel visioned it. When I finally believed and understood that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, none.
Okay. Thank you.
This looks like the face of somebody who's really saw an alien and had a total freak out internally and still struggles with the reality of that. That's what I'm seeing. Maybe somebody out there's got higher perception points than I do, but I take a look at this and tell me what you think. Play this guy back once or twice and watch it again. Sometimes you have to just look somebody in the eyes and you just have to kind of make a guess. And I don't know, man. You got to trust your gut on those things. But my gut's telling me this guy is talking about something that really matters.
Was it actually like to communicate all these things like that? What do you hear images, see images?
I could hear my voice. Well, you can hear yourself think. Sorry. Habit looking at people. I could hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. There was no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that, and I'm glad I do not have the proclivity to hear voices like that. I have heard none since. But people probably challenged that. I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When the J-Rod spoke with me prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching an object. And that's the only real time that I felt anything, more physical than physical.
Was there also a conveyance of emotion?
100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I was eject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering him. So I could feel his feelings.
Were you aware about this already?
I saw a guy out on the Mac outside of the Galileo, the 401 area. He was barefoot. And he was just standing staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on the helo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. This is before they started taking the buses. We were chopped in. when I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. It could have been. This was early on. This was. I can't prove it. I could not positively identify that being wrong. I am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. They would have said a DIR or for director or a geek. That was called a geek. But his name was mentioned. I heard the name Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar, and it was not Laser. It was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had interaction or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo's sidekick or avionics.
How's successfully assistance
Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. He got worse. The exacerbation got out of control again on him. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if he's resident there or not. Now, there has been a progress. We'll just say progress involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplets, and it's not triplets in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplets to the extent that there are what we nickname hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplets and they're braided. It's a super coiled DNA situation. And we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Hour-long interspersed elements are genes which have been shut off. That when combined with the appropriate Hoogstein base pair value, produce a different being. What we were before they made a mistake. A grave mistake.
All right, that sounds a little dramatic, but wow. Okay, so is he saying that human DNA carries dormant genes that could be reactivated and that would revert us back to a prior biological state as a different type of being? Is that what you heard? That's how I'm reading this.
Over here. Oh. There's been exchanges going on for since 19. He spoke with us in 41. They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease
That's fascinating, because if there is a genetic problem that some of these beings are suffering from that they cannot solve themselves and they need our help to solve, and that kind of blows apart the whole myth that they are omnipotent, or at least so advanced that they are beyond anything we can possibly imagine. It makes it much more immediate, real, and raw. If they are suffering from some kind of like weird genetic malady that's threatening them with extinction. That's an interesting piece of information.
The process under which they're fighting is a PNA. It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're a protein associated background nucleic acid. And that protein associated background is a prion. Which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do. Is weakness. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012.
What went wrong in 2012?
And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. But a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is up in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, and I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the oligonucleotides to possibly help facilitate the problems. But once that's upped, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and their respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back.
I feel like I missed a season of something.
That's just something that's impossible as far as what they can talk. Meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the Star and Ship, Starflower and the ERBs and all of that kind of stuff. Those are just
Okay, so far from this interview with Dan Gurish, I have gotten that there is a program called Looking Glass that has access to devices. They can basically open a window to see an alternate timeline or a different part of this timeline, transmit information across infinite distances or at least extreme distances, and potentially you can send physical objects from one side of a portal through to another, or basically a Stargate in the sense of the television series, the movie Kurt Russell. They also have a being named J-Rod, referred to as J-Rod, that is a biological being related to humans in some way, extraterrestrial but not alien, from the future, that's here, that's suffering from some kind of a genetic disease that threatens their race with extinction. There's a splinter group of J-Rods that are doing some other thing, and there's some kind of an agreement between MJ-12 and one of these J-Rod groups, and there's some kind of alternate future timeline or conversion timeline problem that apparently has something to do with 2012. It's really fascinating. Whatever we're talking about here, I'm in. I'm ready for the Netflix series or HBO. You explain what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm getting watching the news and stuff, but it's happened. We just said something happened.
Sorry, but that's a great question.
So I'm just saying, let's stretch it out a little bit. I'm not going to be by being specific. It sounds like you're talking more about what they are going to get in this exchange. And I'm curious, what do you think?
well, we're going to get not wiped out.
What's the problem we're trying to solve? Is there doing like that?
The biggest problem is to make sure that the biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human created ERB machines. Yeah, that sounds fiction. It's hokey stuff. Okay. To make sure that there are none of them in existence, which can automatically turn on when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are currently going to cross over the plane of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There's supposed to be some sort of enlightenment, whether or not that's the Christ event, or whether that's a birth on a Sunday morning. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough of a scholar that area to figure that out. To know. I do know that failure
It's not an option.
would result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. And hence my interest in looking at pretty pictures of the sun.
Like a solar flare? Okay, that's an interesting point because what he just said about the Earth, our system crossing across the part of the galactic plane where there's a dense pocket of wormholes. Lou Elizondo said something similar, that it was in a similar vein a while back, and I just remember seeing it, but I couldn't possibly tell you where I saw it. I just remember him saying this. It was an interview he did.
Next step, Mr. Rabbi. Great job.
and it might have not even been a video interview on YouTube. It could have been audio only on the podcast. If anybody knows which this sounds familiar to you, tell me, please. But there's an interview he gave where he said that Earth is going to be passing through a part of space where something is going to change for us, or something was going to happen. And it was something to do with the region of space that our system was in, and we were going to pass through this other region, and it was going to have some kind of an effect on us. It didn't go any deeper than that. It was just another episode of Blue's Clues, so I filed it away, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever that means. But that's very compelling that he's saying what he's saying in verse, because it definitely rhymes.
The pace at which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing.
Are we entering the area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Okay. Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can, so I've heard, surround the sun? So I've heard. Okay. I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with the classification of star called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, for the believed mythologies, there was conflagration on our planet. So would we be in danger of heat and conflagration?
That would make sense, and that's what I heard, yes.
Okay.
That is what we're in danger of that, as well as large electromagnetic burst from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic or pulse.
Right. Now, what they're calling ERBs, okay, now called wormholes. We'll talk about the wormholes. You're talking about we're talking about natural. There's a number of natural occurring wormholes.
There are a number of nodes on the planet, of what I'm understanding, that naturally are sensitive, electromagnetically, they're naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass.
Okay.
These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily opened.
And what happens if we use a machine to open an artificial wormhole?
Well, it's two different things.
Okay.
One, they're trying to put, they have been putting, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to the ancient cylinder seals, which are now missing in the library of the museum in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody needed them. But
SAS guys.
they went to Kenya Island, which is where they went first. After that, I don't know. But they were leaving by the nest.
Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural,
Indeed,
Frenchman Mountain, and your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay, so it sounds like they're saying that there are a number of sites on this planet that are natural wormholes. I've heard a story about one in particular in Peru at Lake Titicaca, where there is a piece of rock with a doorway carved in it, and some kind of a thing on the doorway where, if I understand this right, and if someone check me on this if you know more about it than I do, but you could put your forehead up against the symbol and then hum a particular frequency of sound, and it's a very specific combination, and that sound frequency in the correct combination will open that gateway, cause it to open. Supposedly, there was a gentleman, Linda Moulton Howe, interviewed years and years ago. I can't recall his name, but he claims that he was able to do this, but he didn't understand what he did. Somehow he did it by accident. He actually was transported through this portal. Now, I'm not saying I believe what he says, but this story is bonkers because he claims that he was sent through this portal and he gets to a room, and the room is like this big, gigantic white room with no clear end. It just goes on in every direction, almost like that scene in the Matrix where they're sort of in the loading program between worlds. And so there's this big white room, and he hears the voice of someone who's sounds like a technician, and they basically have this, I believe it's a telepathic communication, and he describes like the person's surprised, and they're like, how did you get here? And he's like, I don't know why I'm here, where is here? And they have this discussion, and they basically figure out he's lost. And the person who's the technician says to him, in this story, this is what he's claiming, don't worry, we can get you back. Just hang tight, basically. And they do something, and they're able to send him back through the portal. And then he's never able to duplicate this. So it could be just a crazy story that this guy tells for fun, but it's just it's a fun story, very specific. But sounds like what Dan's saying is that there's natural wormholes all over the planet, and then if we pass through a particular region in space, that those could be activated at a certain time based on the amount of electromagnetic stimulation they get, and that you can also switch them on and off manually with the right technology, with the right tools. If you bombard them with a certain frequency, maybe they'll switch on. That's really fascinating. And then apparently we can also build devices that duplicate this ability or have the same ability.
Our remote viewing unit first brought the notion that this could be a normal situation.
Wow, they're using remote viewers. Of course they are.
There have been occurrences at the mountains that are far afield from the research that I would be doing for the lowest. It's two separate things. It's absolutely.
That sounds like stuff that could be going on at Skinwalker Ranch. A portal could open.
Endosymbiotic research
beings could come through, be spotted, and disappear through a portal.
About the carrying master. I was trying to nail down information about that, and also I had presumed that we were an experiment. So I was looking for an artifact. I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves, and fell into the issue involving the Guinness particle, etc. But we had a flare that passed across the surface of some algae during a test. We just found out, by the way, that flare, and it's included in the report, that flare is associated to the speed of the Guinness particle passes. So it was a Guinness particle. It was actually overly flaring.
What's a Guinness particle?
It was a May 31st visit of 2001 to project. If you had access to one of the reports of where I don't remember the report number.
Okay, so if you go to, let's see if I can make this work. I just DuckDuckGo'd. I went on DuckDuckGo and I typed in Ganesh particle. And this comes up, bibliotechapleiades.net. You know, bibliotechapleiades.net. Classic source. I can't start my day until I sit down and read this website. Dan Burish and the Ganesh particle, a blockbuster. Here it is. From Think About It website. This is like very old. Is this like pre-GeoCities? What is this? Okay, so if you are new to the strange story of Dan Burish, I have a suggestion to offer for your first read. This is a first glance at this. First read through the material. Simply imagine that you are a movie executive reading through a terrific new science fiction script that you have acquired. The script is good. It has everything. Secret of life, aliens, a coming extinction event, and two warring world factions, one of which wants an alien existence made public and another that wants to retain the secrecy. The hero of your story is a genius microbiologist held in virtual captivity of a secret underground Air Force base. and the amateur reporter gains computer contact with him and begins leaking the story to the world. He leaks the discovery of the means to create life, the mysterious and seemingly miraculous Guinness particle. At stake is the possible takeover of the Earth by an alien species. Doing a first read of the Dan Burrish story in this framework will allow full enjoyment of the story, and only on the second read should you try to realize that this is not a script, but something that is allegedly going on. I'm not sure yet if all this is something that is really going on or not, but I can say that I really enjoyed the movie. Normally, one goes through the event, and then a couple years later, one goes to see the movie. I'm just suggesting to reverse that order here. Wow. Okay, well, now we're in the rabbit hole. What's the Think About It website? I click that. WordPress. Critical error. Return to Dan Burrish. Bibliotheca of the 80s. Area 51 microbiologist Dan Burrish. This website looks like it is 39 years old. Okay, I don't have time to go down this rabbit hole today. I will link to this in the show notes, and if you guys want to jump down this rabbit hole, please do, and let me know what you find, but this is interesting. Okay, back to Dan.
Good detail about the future of the present.
We're going to Chimera.
You talk a little bit about that.
What we see, for instance, I mentioned earlier, ruins on the moon and Mars. You're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because the J-Rod showed me that as an image, but didn't show me that as an image of a dead city. It showed me that as the image of a future city, a living, breathing society. Post damage here, post catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline, haven't been built yet. Now, if that isn't confusing, so you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about, that's not confusing. It confuses me. According to the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, the J-rods to solve their paraprotein problem used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods, and temples were built for them, etc.
Okay, wait, pause. I'm going to just do this. My ChatGPT is just failing me right now. I use ChatGPT, but I've been using another one called Pi. I think Pi runs off ChatGPT. I don't know if they're actually separate, or if this is just like a front end for basically ChatGPT. But Pi is really great at being conversational, and I've been trying to find a way to like integrate Pi into the show, so we're just going to do this really quick. I'm going to pull up Pi. P-I. Hey, Pi, how are you today?
Hey there, I'm doing fantastic, just arriving in the digital realm, ready to lend my assistance with spark a conversation. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm just here doing a video review. I'm watching this crazy interview, and one of the people in the interview, or the person that's being interviewed, said something really interesting. I was wondering if you could help me figure out what it means.
I'd love to help. Share the quote for attention. We'll unravel its meaning together.
Great. What is a convergent timeline paradox?
Fascinating concept. The convergent timeline paradox is a theoretical idea in time travel that proposes no matter what actions a time traveler takes, the timeline will self-adjust to ensure consistency. So essentially, time travelers can't change the course of events because their actions are already part of the original timeline. closed loop in the timeline. It's a cool plot device in sci-fi to explore the complexities and potential consequences of time travel.
Does that conflict with the grandfather paradox?
Actually, the convergent timeline paradox and the grandfather paradox are two different ideas that explore the concept of time travel in unique ways. Not necessarily in direct conflict, but they do approach the consequences of time travel from different perspectives. The convergent timeline paradox focuses on the notion time is self-correcting and travelers can't change the course of events. The grandfather paradox revolves around the idea that traveling back in time and altering the past, like killing your grandfather, would paradoxically prevent your own existence, thus creating an inconsistency in the timeline. So they're both thought-provoking ideas that grapple with the mind-bending implications of time travel, but from different angles.
What do you think? I mean, do you know anything about something called an Einstein-Rosen bridge?
The Einstein-Rosen bridge is an interesting concept in theoretical physics that refers to a time, a wormhole, a short through space-time. The idea was first proposed in 1935 by Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen as a possible solution to some problems in general relativity. They suggested that a bridge could connect two different points in space-time, creating a kind of tunnel or shortcut. While the concept has captured the imagination of science fiction writers, the reality is that Einstein-Rosen bridges are thought to be unstable and not physically possible. However, the idea has continued to inspire research in theoretical physics. Its recent work suggests that under certain conditions, wormhole tunnels in space-time actually be possible. It's a fascinating topic that continues to push the boundaries of our understanding of physics.
Is such a device essentially the same concept that was explored in the movie Stargate?
Yes, you're spot on. The idea of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, or wormhole, is similar to the concept explored in the movie Stargate. The film, the titular Stargate, creates a wormhole that allows travel between different points in space, connecting to a distant planet. The movie's portrayal of instantaneous travel through a wormhole-like device definitely shares some similarities with the theoretical Einstein-Rosen bridge concept. Of course, while Stargate is science fiction, the idea of traversable wormholes still remains largely theoretical and hasn't been proven to exist yet. Sci-fi, right? It allows us to imagine and explore these wild possibilities.
Indeed, that's showbiz, right?
Aha! Absolutely, that's the magic of showbiz, taking these complex scientific theories, weaving them into captivating stories that spark our imaginations. Even if Einstein-Rosen bridges and Stargates aren't exactly real, they make for some pretty wild adventures on the big screen.
Okay, Pi, it's been great. Thank you for your help. I'm going to let you get back to your day, and I'm going to finish this video. Thank you very much.
It was my pleasure, Clint. Always happy to dive into the rabbit hole of science and sci-fi with you. Enjoy the rest of that wild interview, and I'll be here for your next question and adventure. Have a fantastic day.
Thanks. Okay. There you have it.
So maybe this round into our business again, because I recently did science fiction because it's sounds good. This is what I got an XP from the beginning, so literally there are two or more concurrent timelines that you're living in. Two separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure.
Philip K. Dick once gave a speech in France where, I believe it was in Paris, where he talked at length for about 45 minutes. He read this entire statement that he had written about, it was a speech called, "If you think this universe is bad, you should see some of the others." think, or if you think this reality is bad or this world's bad, you should see some of the others. It's classic Philip K. Dick, but he's claiming in this speech that he gives that he has actual real memories of an alternate parallel timeline that he has existed in, and he's able to remember details from that timeline. And in that alternate timeline, an alternate history had taken place, and this was sort of the inspiration for his story, Man in the High Castle, about an alternate timeline where Germany and the Axis powers win World War II, and what happens in the 1960s and 70s after in that world. It's a really fascinating speech, and if you are into just weirdness and you want to dig down into that rabbit hole, it's a great 45-minute listen. But by the time you're done with it, you will be definitely unsettled, and it'll make you'll just feel weird. You're going to feel really weird every time you have deja vu after that. It's very interesting. Highly recommend the Philip K. Dick speech.
Intellectually limited in that area. I didn't know philosophy, but I'm intellectually limited in that area. And I don't want to present something that I don't know is that would be enough. But to solve the problem, they messed around with us even earlier in the fact. Earlier when they treated as gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. That was select time. How they do that again.
This is crazy because that theme has come up so many times in science fiction, Star Trek and Stargate. And in fact, Star Trek and Stargate have two very different ways of handling this, like the aliens being treated as gods by primitive cultures. In Star Trek The Next Generation, for Star Trek more generally, there's the prime directive, non-interference. The prime directive of the Federation and Starfleet is to not interfere with the development of any civilization until that civilization achieves a breakthrough and becomes capable of traveling at warp speed. And at that point, they are allowed to approach the Federation. Starfleet can approach this culture and invite them to join the Federation as a volunteer or voluntary member. In Stargate, the team goes through the worm through the Stargate, comes out the other side, finds a civilization there, and the first thing they do is tell them, "Your gods are all fake. Here, take these guns." And it's kind of a wild ride. If you have, I never watched the original Stargate series. I watched the movie when it came out, but I wasn't a big fan of the series as it was on air. But my wife is a super fan, and so we've been watching it season by season. And we started with season 1, and we're into like season 3 now. And I have to tell you, the show is corny, which is one of the reasons I had trouble with it when it was originally on. But the world building is phenomenal, and if you really want to see just a wild ride of a show that just goes on for like 10 years. The show was on forever. Done with heart on a very shoestring budget. You have to look past the plywood sets and some of the corniness of it, but it's a really well done series. For its time, it was really, really well done. And rumor has it, again, this is all rumors, who really knows, but Stargate was used as a tool to disseminate a lot of actual accurate information about the program and our interactions with different beings. And I can't tell you, I've lost count the number of times that I've gone to my wife with some like crazy UFO news that I read, something David Grush says or whatever, and I'll go tell her, and she's like, they did that in season 2, episode 5. It's called What a Blah Blah, and this is what happens, and it's all in Stargate. And it got to be a joke where I actually stopped telling her stuff because we would go watch those episodes, and sure enough, it was definitely in Stargate. So I don't know what that says about the larger conversation we're all trying to have right now, but definitely feels like there was some kind of a disclosure plan.
They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us. This made us able to mate with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other branch, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes have been turned off. Any of the unusual mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tagged along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats.
Hmm.
And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that we have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the New Scientific Special Edition, Scientific American, by a woman.
And I think by now it's we got evidence that
her
there is-
research shows that Homo sapiens did mate with Homo neanderthals.
yeah. That must have been just
Whatever
breaking
research
it.
you wrote about seems to bear out what you said.
It has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatch our chemical and our structural architecture, neurophysiological, and that was one of the primary polluters for the problem that the J was unsolved. But
Oh God, they switched tapes.
right.
I remember that. Remember switching tapes?
And we're kind of in the middle of trying to,
What a pain in the ass.
you could actually talk about this. He was talking about two different points of the past, one and the other. And what we have got to that though is this sort of general description of what we're talking about. And more in
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause two separate universes, two separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those two time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to strata. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I had read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer. So I'm in on some of the loop, no pun intended. That these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate, and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
And they're also now saying that the Earth appears to be older than the planet.
Well, that jives with what
At
Bill
this age, I have no clue. One would have to ask the Almighty.
You can look at something, I understand you can look at something one day and measure it, look at it the next day and measure it differently because the little timeline is then
Yeah. And
Is there evidence this ever
biologists,
happening?
chemists, natural philosophers, all that error. When something falls outside of the acceptable range of error, they call it non-written because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get the funding.
So they just omit all of these anomalies.
That's the nature of the big business of science. I'm going to ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY. His name is Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana, to say that. He jumped ship, and he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. This will give you an idea what happens if you just throw people off.
What happened to Carl?
Get enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to, he had lost his extramural funding. He had funding 10 days prior to his separation. They separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So, again, in terms of clear explanation, what is it we're going to, in the treaty that we have, what is it we're trying to work with, nurture over the past year?
100% cooperation, 100% cooperation in getting rid of the ERBs in exchange for 100% cooperation to solve their physical problem and to attempt their rejoining. Yeah, that's a big word, big pool at the end, that they just said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project under which I'm working right now may help some. It may help some. It's a electrophysiological resonance which is present around, in, and through our DNA, which it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the supernal triad, the divine Sephira, the truth life, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
Say without lost the current condition, are you working what's going on with
You got TCB.
Well, as in environmental. My environment, I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal with the issues here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful.
That's creepy.
I direct the project from that location.
I was thinking about the children. Does that sound like, so don't send Delta Force in to take me out because there's kids in this building? Is that how it sounds to you? That's what it sounds like to me. It didn't sound like, I love kids. It sounded more like, I'm surrounded by innocent people, so if you're going to drone strike my location, just heads up.
Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, any more than dust would be hazardous to you. In times of need, I'm transferred to various facilities, now worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever the protocols that we need to complete. Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Elche, the Shady Rest, Site 4, the Groom Lake facility, Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. I was sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. Because God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of the mirror. But they told me they were.
Dr. Claude.
Demonstrate data. Show data sets relative, Project Lotus, and the 3 portions of it which are simultaneously underway.
You've been involved in this exclusively for 20 years, 50 years?
Since '86.
Project Lotus. You know what Lotus stands for? Lots of trouble, usually serious.
Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Yeah, Baskin Robbins.
Yes, that's when I was currently in Crane.
But you're pretty much exclusively engaged in a project which is fundamentally tied to the future of consciousness.
It is fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I'm accused of rambling by.
I think we're way past that point, yeah. I think we're about neck deep as it stands.
Before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project
Go ahead.
is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring, and making sure that that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point. Aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the East Gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt, at least so I heard.
The enriching what we have.
That's cryptic.
It sounds like, you know, this is something to talk about from your positive.
Well, indeed. And that's even just top metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look.
Hold up. That's what Lou Elizondo said on an episode of Blue's Clues. There was another, it might have even been the same interview. I think it was a Kurt Jamungal Theories of Everything podcast where he said, what we're seeing now, one day we're going to look back on it, and like when sailors used to sail into uncharted waters, they would see things that they reported as monsters, sea monsters. But now we know those things to be like squid and other creatures, sea creatures that are totally natural, part of the environment, but they had just been so rarely seen that they seem like monsters. And he was making the connection that a lot of what we're seeing now that seems extraterrestrial to us is actually quite local and has been forever. We just didn't know how to look at it or how to look for it, or we weren't able to see it, something along those lines. And that sounds almost exactly like what Big D is saying right here.
In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding. These particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And it
Hang on a second. Let's see if we can do this. Hey, Pi, what are you familiar with something called the Guinness particle?
You're familiar with the term Guinness particle. It doesn't ring a bell in scientific literature either. Could it be related to a specific theory or perhaps a concept, technology or spirituality? Can you give me any context or additional information?
It's connected to a story that someone is telling about working at Area 51, S4, UFOs, aliens, that type of thing.
Given the context, it's possible that the Ganesh particle could be a term used in this specific writing. Perhaps it's being used as a nickname for an exotic particle or form of energy. However, as far as established scientific literature goes, there isn't a recognized particle by that name. It sounds intriguing though. Do you know if the story you're watching has any explanation about what the Ganesh particle is supposed to do, how it works?
It does, but I don't have time to get into that right now. I just wanted to run this by you.
Thanks for providing that context. Given the connection to the very One story and UFOs, it seems like the Ganesh particle would be a fictional concept created for the story. It's a nickname, name, exotic particle or energy within the context of the story. From the limited information you've shared, it's hard to say exactly what the Ganesh particle is supposed to be, but it sounds like an intriguing concept. When you get the chance to dive deeper into the story, you uncover more about the mysterious Ganesh particle.
You got it. Thanks.
No problem then, always happy to lend an ear or an algorithm, as the case may be, to these fascinating discussions. What intriguing concept is the Ganesh particle? Feel free to bounce them off me. Until then, enjoy the rest of Wild Story.
Okay.
In the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. The closer it gets to it, the more it masks. If it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average investigator, biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen two eukaryotic cells and has moved on. Well, first of all, that's a deep question because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today. So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm going to do so, we'll find out. Again, we'll have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well, biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know. But freedom nonetheless.
You know who specifically you think you should be talking to?
No. I would think that oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So, thank God.
Wow. Okay. So there you go. Part one of our deep dive series into Dan Burish's story. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. A really fascinating story, an amazing interview, and there are a few other interviews that I was able to dig up that he did. And this one's a new one for me. I'm not as familiar with this case as I am with many others. So if anybody knows anything about this, please let me know in the comments. What do you think? I look at this video and I see body language that tells me this man believes what he's saying is true. He believes he really experienced these things, and clearly he's shaken up emotionally, mentally, physically. He looks weary, and he looks laden with the weight of tremendous knowledge that he's holding. That's what my gut reaction read is. I want to know what you think, though. Let me know in the comments. Is he full of shit? Is he telling the truth? Is there some other angle to the story that we haven't seen yet? I want to know. Let me know. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Hit that button. Join Team Night Shift. Help me grow this channel, because by growing this channel, I can reach out and contact new and exciting guests, and I can convince them to come here and talk to us about them. And that's going to help us figure out what the hell's going on. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, keep looking up. Revised disclosure amendment. Looks like Danny Sheehan is involved, and there's an honest push to get a question about disclosure introduced into the presidential debates by CNN. And this is something that the New Paradigm Institute is working on. If you want to find out more, visit their website and look at the email that just went out from Danny Sheehan talking about this. It's a really exciting opportunity for us to bring this into the mainstream and finally put this issue on the radar for so many people out there who don't know it's a real issue yet. So we're reaching out to CNN and just as a community trying to push them to get involved and mention disclosure. Ask the presidential candidates about this, and let's put them on the spot and see what they have to say. Do they try to dodge the bullet, change the subject with some kind of a silly joke and a aside, or do they tackle it head on? Do they actually have answers? They should. So this is something that we really want to see happen, and I encourage you to visit New Paradigm Institute's website to learn more. But that's not the spiciest meatball I've got for you today. I've been thinking about some new ways to expand the content on the channel, and today what I want to do is something that I've been kind of eager to do for a while, but I've held off on it. And I want to reach into the vault, pull out some old videos, and I want to watch them with you and get your reaction to some of the stuff that I find really fascinating. And today's video is an interview with a guy named Dan Burish. I think I'm saying that right. Dan Burish, Burish, Bueller. Dan Burish was a biologist, supposedly, who worked at S4 and actually worked on taking biological samples from one of the EBEs, or one of the biologics that we have in a very specialized facility at that location. And what's really interesting about this interview is that Dan, look, so much of what we are left to do is speculate in this space. I mean, in the absence of any real concrete, accurate, rock-solid information, we are left to kind of speculate on the second and third-hand stories that we get from people who claim to have been involved in this program. And Dan Burish is one of those guys. But I got to tell you, the first time I watched this interview with him and observed his body language, I just can't shake the feeling that what he's saying is accurate. And actually have it's a total gut instinct reaction. I don't have anything else to base this on. But I really want you to see this interview because it's spectacular.
What we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the fitness fair area, and then we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. Slides are unusual in that they were in pressurized cells, and they were review class on a conveyor with an automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We gave verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digress with working with the JROD itself, the ambassadorial suite of Guinness suite.
Sometimes you'll see an interview with someone who's seen a UFO or encountered a being or a non-human intelligence, and you can just tell. You can just tell that they're not making this up. You just know it in your bones. This is one of those interviews.
Currently, not only the equations for the rule of nines, but we also did so diagrammatically and did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I'm not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory, mathematics. Highly involved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to along the T9 treaty that was set up. He wanted to help. He was willing. But I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me.
Maybe I just missed something. Maybe I'm super gullible, and one of you out there has more perception points than I do. Please let me know. But we're going to watch this video. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and I really want to know what you all think. So what's fascinating about the story isn't just his body language, the eye contact, but it's the details, the little details. He talks about the facility. He talks about the room he was in. He talks about where things are in the room, very specifically, how many feet the gantry-way is to walk up. How do they go into the facility where this being is stored? What kind of protective measures do they take to keep themselves from being contaminated or from contaminating the being? All these little individual tiny details that when you hear them woven together in this amazing story, one can't help but walk away with the impression that this is an actual place. There are actual people working there, and this guy was there and did the things that he's claiming to have done. It's a fascinating story. It's really about an hour and a half long, but with the commentary, it kind of stretches out to just over 2.5 hours. So feel free to digest this in bite-sized chunks. But I encourage you, if you can, to watch the whole thing all the way through because it is just astonishing. Thanks for watching. If you're not already a subscriber, please hit that button, subscribe, become a member of Team Night Shift. We're going to be trying all kinds of new things here over the next few weeks, and I'm so excited. We're about to creep up on that 5,000 subscriber number, and I would really love to cross that threshold in the next couple of days. So help me cross that number. Help me get to 5,000 subscribers. You'll be doing yourself and the people of Earth a gigantic favor, and you'll be doing a huge favor for me. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. Now let's get to it.
There's only one question for you. I would like to talk want to talk about?
Yeah, I just prefer it be more of a conversation rather than the other makes me feel as though I'm testifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well. And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God. As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered for a copy of my order to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial of a committee member, a coded initial of a committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. This is mostly rumored around the community to forward a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as I'm told. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. The lights are cumbersome, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse. Well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned Joe. In fact, I had some police experience at the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Brooke Barrow's office in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking for a scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was 2 uniforms and a suit that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as was probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all of the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while, asked me if I was interested in seeing the world alike. Told him I in fact was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. I went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 1991, the time frame I was cleared for working. Passed through the Papoose Mountain facility, the place that doesn't exist 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Grim Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing and was basically let loose for a year, and I had no contact. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origin. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who were already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names of those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, and 4-5 coded for 9, where we covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the Queensfer area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides.
This sounds really, really captivating because of the level of nuance and detail that he brings to this story. And it seems, I don't know if it's true, but it feels true because the way that he's describing what's going on, this gradual process of being slowly brought in to the program, bit by bit, as they decide that he's trustworthy and they can work with him. This is really interesting stuff.
Slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML, a keyboard, for examining the slides. And I digress, but working with the J-Rod.
Did he say pressure sealed slides a minute ago? Pressure sealed, as in like the biological samples that contained in these slides would degrade or deteriorate based on the amount of pressure or ambient pressure in the environment. So like the pressure has to be constant in order for it to stay stable. I don't know what that actually means, but I think I know what it means, but I'm not sure exactly what he's getting at, but that's a really interesting thing itself.
The ambassadorial suite, please, sir, suite.
Is this something fun?
Yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. And mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until, within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I was, my senior not only in ability, but in age. And I would have never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above him. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator because I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the authoring of that document.
Okay. Now, could you explain what you were briefed on who and what J-Rod was?
Initially, I was briefed that J-Rod was an alien, specifically from the reticulum system, the reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, from 2 reticulum 4 now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be.
Is that the same as the system that Betty Hill referred to in her abduction experience with Barney Hill? Wasn't it? Was it Zeta Reticuli? There's an interesting backstory to Betty and Barney Hill. There's an interesting aspect of Betty and Barney Hill's story where Betty Hill describes the star system, the star map that she supposedly saw while she was on board the craft, which was later recreated. At the time she described it, no one was aware of what it was, and it just didn't appear on any of our star maps. It wasn't discovered until later when an astronomer, I'm not sure what her name is, somebody put together a model in a room where they actually hung like little model planets and stars and basically created a three-dimensional model back in whatever year this was. And from that, they were able to sort of back into what the star system was, and they figured out that it was an actual star system. I wonder if that's what he's referring to here, or if it's just a different thing. No expert. So,
as I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a basing name for where they're located in light years from our location. So they took those names. And they identified through the signal protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J being 10 and 5 of 15.
That's really, really weird. So the linguistic protocols, he's talking about linguistic protocols. That's an interesting detail. And they had some form of communication worked out to sort of figure out how to begin talking to this being.
1500 is already
876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned. They don't call it currently Greece 876, whatever Charlie.
They brought a kid here. I mean, how did you? No, 1500 is already.
He crashed in 63, from what I understand, outside of Kingman, Arizona. There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, as we know, with the MGUS and protein associated problems.
Right, we hear that again and again. The biological, but the way that these beings interact with the craft involves linking physically to the craft in some way, and then somehow being able to tie their consciousness to the craft. I've heard it described as the pilot becomes the craft becomes an extension of the pilot, and they become one organism. And I think there's something there. I've heard that enough times from enough different sources that it seems like there's some kind of a there there. Another way that I've read that this works, and this is purely speculative based on something I read on the internet, but it sounded really compelling, was that the craft acts as sort of some kind of a quantum computer that binds with your consciousness, or the consciousness of the operator. And the operator's consciousness then can travel with the craft independently of the body. I don't know which one of these is more or less accurate, but it sounds like that's what you described it. Something like that. But being the pilot has a physical connection to the craft that allows them to join with it, which makes sense. I mean, for a craft that has to perform at these unbelievable speeds and do the things that they're supposedly capable of doing, the latency time between thinking something and it actually happening would be next to zero. So it would have to be really reduced as much as possible. And the best way to do that would be to become one with the craft. I wonder also, like, what would that do to your experience of time? As the pilot is operating the craft, does time relative to the people outside of the craft appear to slow down for the pilot so that everyone else appears to be moving in slow motion and they can just sort of bounce around and do whatever it is they need to do? And what there's people on the outside of the craft are actually seeing are these impossible maneuvers that look like they're moving 10,000 miles an hour. And we crashed.
How was he transported immediately from that crash site to the S4 facility?
That I don't know.
You don't know. He came to the facility.
I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Blue Lake facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos. I have no independent verification of where the associate went. All I can say is that he was by foreign record.
Now, did you interact with the general procedure for this interaction?
Well, there was not a general procedure. There was a very specific procedure. After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, and the introduction specialist, which was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, no pun intended, until finally we were pressurized in fully encapsulated PEC or TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had a medical evaluation of all that first. But they ceased doing that after a couple medical evaluations. It was more just interested, let's get you in and get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all.
That process, with what he's describing, sounds weirdly correct. As someone who is not myself a biologist and has no idea what this process would be like, other than what I've seen in movies, it seems to make a lot more sense than some of the other alien interview things that I've seen. I don't know how much how familiar you are with some of the other alien autopsy, alien interview things that are out there, but a lot of them look really slapshot. It's sort of thrown together and fake. And there's one that everybody is kind of on the fence about that many people believe is a puppet. It's the Victor alien interview where the alien is supposedly with the ED is in a darkened room and you can see their head moving. And there's a shot where two medical medics come in and attend to the being. And something about it looks very convincing and real, but I can also see the argument that it's very puppet-like and it definitely would be possible to take something like that. But looking at his eyes and watching his body language as he describes the procedure, and the procedure makes it definitely sounds like a legitimate procedure. You would go through a medical examination, get checked out, you would go through a series of steps, you would put on a pressurized suit, you would go into what he's referring to as a clean sphere. This would be, if you think about it, if you were going to be working one-on-one on or with or alongside an alien or an EBE or an extraterrestrial, to protect them from us, to protect us from them, there would be enormous attention paid to the biological risks of infection or contamination, especially if, I think as we're going to find out later, if this being is injured or suffering some kind of genetic disorder. So this makes a lot of sense to me. It sounds very legit. What do you guys think?
I was not supposed to know the same. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the ambassadorial suite external to the clean sphere, talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram communication system, which was run as my teleprompter system, over to my right. That would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs. It became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication of the way.
He's describing this gallery like the, I don't know how many of you watched Stargate, but like in the Stargate movie or TV series, there's the room where the Stargate is located, and then in the back of the room up high, there's like this viewing gallery where politicians and military people stand and they watch these teams go in and out in the Stargate missions. That sounds like what he's describing. Like there's a clean sphere, a pressurized environment where this alien extraterrestrial is, and then the biologists that go in to work with them have to suit up, go through this whole medical procedure, suit up, go in, plug in on the inside of the sphere, and then outside of that, there's a viewing gallery where people can come, I guess MJ-12 people can come watch. It's really fascinating description. The level of detail.
They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that he did, the Rabbi incident, they perceived that there was a communication. I began getting questioned quite extensively. whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he had promised not to with the Sigma unit. And I alluded to the fact that there was conversation.
The Sigma unit, is that like a communications unit? Would that be like a specialized team that's involved with communication with the bee?
Underway, but I didn't talk about what it was. So of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go. This is much later. And at that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the convergent timeline paradox. I told.
Wait, what? Did you just hear that? Convergent timeline paradox? Go on. I'm listening.
A little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
The DCTP. You had me at convergent timeline paradox.
Which is called time.
Yes.
So there we are. Now we're hearing this now. Time travel. Remember, you hear this a lot. Like this has been coming up again and again in the conversation. Maybe they're us from the future. Maybe they're time travelers. This video was recorded in the early 90s, like what, 94, 95? That's an interesting.
Yes. Yes. No, not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as he told me, no. Yes.
Great question. No one ever asks these questions. Like, that's such a great question. Describe J-Rod. How did he look? How did he behave?
The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized hemisphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material with pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that we were dealing with. I don't know.
Great question.
They haven't noticed what's going on inside here.
Look at his eyes.
I would imagine. But I have no data set to say what it looks like. In fact, there's nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an order. I'm wondering. You can ask that before. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, I've heard about this secretion from the pores of the skin before.
Mm-hmm.
There have been those that have been used to say that it's not moldy.
Okay. All right. Where were we? 3.5 feet. Large head in comparison to torso. The ratio of the cranial to the dorsal area would be larger than what we would call large. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had reflected out. So it looked like large people, basically. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with telepathic nature.
That's been described by a number of people in John Mack's book, Abduction, Bud Hopkins' work, a lot of abduction and encounters reports talk about how weird it is to look these things in the eye, and that when you look them in the eye, it's like you become transfixed and almost hypnotized just by looking in their eyes. And there are actually reports from abductees who say that they're terrified to look them in the eye. That when they look in their eyes, that they feel like that beings can see everything there is to know about them, and they're just completely helpless against that. It's a very, very intriguing detail that comes up again and again. Always tied back to the
Large arms, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers, nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you showed me in the past. Was done by, was it Tom? The other, that's it, the puppet master artist. I'm smiling, so the puppet master leads me to other things. So,
Are they talking about the Victor interview?
he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. That had to do with the neuropathy, which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would, our feet would be. He was unclothed for. He was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused in return. Called himself captive and justified himself. His feet were unusual.
Look at his body language, like the way this gentleman holds his head and carries the weight of what he's saying. It seems very real. There's a very he seems very emotionally connected to what he said. Seems like a very empathetic person.
And that is the plantar area had a very large knot underneath what we would call a heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was normal. Yes. He was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed. Nose like we have, but basically two operculum. An extremely small mouth. A hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the round nerve junction due to the neuropathy. 622. And that I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request from 622 or a report from 622 could be from anybody. So it's used. In fact, the SRB report that I have with me, the supplemental report for 0302, that have probably is labeled from reviewer 622. I haven't been again. It's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but it's probably from 622. They excrete in the manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. And if it looks like a disc,
Sounds complicated.
with rectangular solids that are rotated into position. They're clasping at the inlet region. They do have internal fertilization. No, this is something he showed me of his wife.
Whoa.
Yes. I was inside the image. That's what it felt like.
Hmm.
Yes, everything that he showed me, this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there.
there it is again, the telepathy. That description of thought projection of telepathy as being like you're absorbed in the thing, like the thought or the projection becomes almost like a hologram that you're inside of. I've heard that many times. I've heard it described that. I wonder how much detail is conveyed that way, and I wonder if it's 100% real or if it feels more dream.
That sensation or heightened.
Mm.
That's extraordinary.
Was there background to the feeling of balance?
Again, excuse the pun, a gray surrounding, very, very dull red surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center. They'd have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of mass casualties or mass disaster. It was a very clinical environment. It was extremely depressed. If we were to turn him, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed especially depressed.
Wow. Wow, weird point. It's been said, it's been rumored that there is, at least some of these beings are fleeing some kind of biological catastrophe or something has happened to them and they're not as all-powerful and invincible as they would like us to believe, and maybe they're coming back to build their genetic line in some way, or to have they need something from us they have to get to like help get them out of the jam that they're in. That sounds like what he's described here.
He wept, but he didn't weep outside. He wept when he was in the
Who just thought about
smarter than me. Smarter than me by a long range. The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind. He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, kind of VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns groups, group theory in mathematics.
Wow.
Highly involved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty that was just signed. He wanted to help. He was willing. But I went in for...
Okay, well, the T9 treaty, the other group, the group that has to be catered to, who's that group? That's what I want. What's the T9 treaty? It has a name? He wanted to help, but he wasn't part of the group that has to be catered to. So there's a group out there that we've signed something called the T9 treaty with. We've heard about this lately. This is coming up again and again. We have maybe some agreement with different beings, and this sounds like what we're talking about. Whoa.
I took well over, nearly 300 individualized inspiration samples from his neurological system. would hold his own for me. There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, like it was an aspirin emulsion system, he would cry, and then he would just stand there and look at me. Yes, in fact,
Just like a little.
I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the clean sphere. And then he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols. It was level 5 past our BMBL system.
You noticed how he teared up a little bit when he just described what he was talking about, taking the samples from the being, the J-Rod, and how he could feel the pain of that telepathically. And then if you go back and watch it, his eyes gloss over. He looks like he's tearing up. I'm telling you, there's something about this guy's conversational style. There's something about his body language. There's something about his presence and his vibe. This just sounds real. Sounds like this man went through and actually experienced what he's talking about, and he's describing it in such great detail. I don't know how you bullshit your way through a story. I mean, the level of detail that he's including is like he knows the names of the people he was in the room with. He knows where the holographic projector was, where the viewing gallery was, where the clean sphere was, like what the procedure was, and how many steps there are to get from standing outside to in the suit to in the room. He's describing all of these tiny little details that are so specific. If you were making this story up off the top of your head, or if you were just a bullshitter and you were just trying to like wow some people with a crazy story, I don't see how the average bullshitter would. It just doesn't seem likely to me that someone would sit down and think out all of these mundane, boring details and then include them as part of the overall tapestry of things going on in the space. But he's describing, like, he's creating a sense of ambiance and a sense of place and time and people involved, and he's describing their emotional states, and he seems to be emotionally reacting to what he's saying. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments.
You just stand there and take it.
So,
It's really uncomfortable.
do you feel the communication is established when you were in contact? If you establish communication over in this
60 feet. It's just
60 feet.
about 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp going down into the ambassadorial suite.
Ambassadorials.
you don't feel like you're in communication with your system.
No.
Sounds like telepathy works in line of sight, at least in this.
Yes. Yes. The folks that wanted to find out what he was saying to me, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after lunch. Because I was smiling, I couldn't help it. We were actually joking back and forth. And they didn't know. They didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue.
At least they have a sense of humor.
So it happened this way. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the clean sphere. I was drug out with my student. We finally got a secondary suit on and drug me out of the clean sphere. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he was saying. I'm sure that they were extra rough at removing my plug and my catheter and all of that business after I got out of the PDS.
Catheter. This sounds really complicated. Like, you put on this suit, you're in there for how many hours? So they catheterize you? That means that these guys are working in this clean sphere for hours and hours and hours. They're not allowed to leave, or leaving and coming and going involves shooting up like an astronaut. So that tracks. That makes sense, right? Catheter? Weird detail.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I want to know is,
Can you imagine being catheterized every time you have to go to work? It's like you get to work with and talk to an alien, but you have to wear a
we're going to ask this last question.
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights. I don't like this at all.
Why? And of course, you're going to have to restate this. Why are that is true. Essentially, telling us about this, about involved.
It's multifocal. It's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops community and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I see myself walking along Pond and not being
In Russia, Black Ops community retires you.
bothered by anybody except for maybe a burger or there and taking a sample and just taking my time looking at it for fun. For enjoyment.
Is Dan Burge still alive? Does anybody know? Somebody check that out.
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease that I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is, and of course that's within God's providence. Yes. Disappear at there are other reasons too. And without yelling the poor me scenario, yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them only as a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not.
That's what Colonel Corso said. Colonel Corso said, Bill Corso, author of The Day After Roswell, said in a number of interviews that people have a right to know because this is their future. And he had a really great point about that. He said that in World War II, we sent kids, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, into machine gun fire on D-Day, and they were able to handle that. Surely we can handle whatever it is we need to know. That it's their future. This is the world that our children are going to grow up in, so they deserve to know. That's a fine point.
It depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof. This gets me thinking. The one thing that we've heard from the Brookings Institution study, the famous Clampton study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. And in fact, when I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of would this destroy your faith, I have heard, my experience only, I'm sure there are going to be varied opinions. No, it would do no, it would strengthen it. It would strengthen it. From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution was correct on a certain level. Suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon and on Mars, the ancient temples, are in fact the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped, will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, something other than buildings, and stones, marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is.
I know I keep going on about Ingo Swann, but that's just because I finished this book, Penetration, recently. And in that book, he talks about very specific structures on the moon. We've heard this from a number of different people, that there's something on the moon that we are being kept from discovering or seeing. And there are structures there. And there's stuff on Mars that we're not aware, or that NASA is aware of, but that the general public is not aware of. It certainly tracks with that. It sounds like he's suggesting that some of the things that were made that are there now were made by future humans, that time travel, and that somehow that affected our religious history on this planet.
It, or just us.
It's a little bit about the coincident efforts in terms of seeing yourself into the medical exams, which is very bad after that. Right. But the other thing, we talked a little bit more about some of the chemical specifics, just to give a better image of what it's like for you to do that. That's fine. The introduction, this one, as soon as it goes on that, yes. Just all, I don't know, the golf thing. The other thing is, that might be pertinent to what you just did, what you just spoke about, was what you were looking at slide-wise prior to knowing what the unknown origin of the material was origin interesting. You know, just what was you looking at. All right, about the well, maybe just a general statement. All right, what you thought you just give us a little bit. No, that's a good one. You know,
I had no clue. In fact, they brought in a, what we got on our side, a biochemist to turn our attitudes around. And after about a year, even through our attitudes around, he finally joined us. I said, no, we can't do this without finding out more information. But we need to find out too, that we were living in a situation where it was in vitro.
That's fine. The other thing I think you made a very good statement about why we do this. And one of the things that we can do for you, yes, you can say that it's a value to you to declare for you as far as what you how you what it is about. I mean, you said you don't remember everything, but I just wanted to put it to you. Anything else that comes to mind, we got the AI in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish. Because I know,
I would like to tell her I'm not the
maybe you should say
under the appropriate circumstances, because there are certain applications that need to be handled in a very careful manner.
That's very close to what David Grush, Elizondo, and Carl Nell have all said. It's a very similar language that they use, and they do definitely treat the conversation with a degree of seriousness that I think is appropriate what we're talking about. It's interesting how frequently they talk about how out of the loop Congress is on all this. There's no oversight on this program. So that's it.
They should be taking the program.
Because our objective,
Applications for those.
I know that there's some of this stuff that trying to do almost
How much time do you have?
That's not. I have to do that.
Okay, then.
Okay, good. Well, what I want to do is, you know, what I say is we're trying to focus on, and we've been great so far, we're very focused, and very central to the general action. We thought that was the best way to introduce you to modern students, but we could probably have one, that's really good. You know, it's like the last. Well, I think I just want to use it.
You showed me the letters. See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition. I figured that it was a need to know. It was a need to know basis above that.
Carlo, that was beautiful. Excellent work, my man. That is beautiful. Apologies that you were brutally interrupted. did an excellent job. Yes, you can. Good job. Excellent work.
What's up, guys?
I didn't figure that there was direct. You see, in the rumors coming at me about the potential for public affirmation, that would be for him, his initials, to take that as the hero in the situation, because he loves playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says ordered to remain. Ostensibly, it's order to remain in capacity, which means that there is a greater loop. I've had the chance to speak with the individual one time, and I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I was shown that one. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but a little more relaxed circumstances.
I infer that you say yourself the word for the person who is
Okay.
I heard that you said the one person who
Okay. I would buy that.
Before you, let's talk a little bit about that. Just discuss it. What was it that you thought you were looking at when you were looking at these slides up in the material?
We were looking at extremely minute microglial cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as dictyosomes, mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by the individuals next to me is that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, an intermediate. And they had more experience. They had more experience than me involving such matters. So, and being that I was new, was letting them take the lead.
Okay, science people, biology people, people with advanced degrees that understand what he's talking about, please fact check what he's saying. Like, does this make sense to anyone? I don't know what I'm looking at. I honestly don't know. So it's hard for me to know whether this is made up or nonsense. Please let me know in the comments what you think about what he has to say. This sounds like very specific jargon.
Right. Well, we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introduction, 92 time frame. 91 to 92, when we were doing introductions. We had regular, systematic medicals by physician. Following that, we would be suited, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus is placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was for all purposes. It was a space suit. Suit. Something like what you would find in a NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, for instance, at USAMRIID or CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space-type suit with joints. We were suited up. We were pressurized. And then locked with our cooling system in our housing, down a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry room, which had been moved into position by the Queen's Fair, which had been previously located up to an Irish to the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed.
Wait, what? A clean sphere, pressurized clean sphere.
We're not having a conversation with you. I should not keep those big. Any day could be shot out. We don't know what's about to do it. you're looking to do is that and something to this year where we can look at or keep it with moderate. The person with the wedding profile picture. Have a beautiful one. Good night. Good night. repetition streak. That was marvelous. Great job. It was beautiful, and we enjoyed it. Good job. Excellent job, Falcon. Not only was it a great song choice, but absolutely beautiful performance. Excellent job. Apologies for it being interrupted. It was beautiful. This was great. That was beautiful. Great job.
Thank you.
Anytime, that's beautiful. Good job. That's correct. This is correct. Are you ready? celebrating. That was amazing. Great job.
Gonna make you wonder.